Bum 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 bum. Hello. We're so here. Alrighty. Man, I've been seeing some clips from that speech. Oh boy, we've got. It's given off a vibe, I have to say. Trump's newest speech. It is certainly giving off quite a vibe. Yeah, I'm gonna love that speech, actually, folks. Greatest speech. The greatest speech of all time. It's great. I do have to say, real quick, of course, this coming Saturday, I will probably not be on because of one reason and one reason only. I will be probably at my parents' place for my dad's 60th birthday, more than likely. So that'll be fun. The big 6-0. I mean, hooray. Or hooray. That's about it. Anywho. Oy, oy, oy. Alright. Shut up. Shut up, music. Up. The big 6-0 indeed. Do. Alright, well, we got the first bit of all this done. Now for the next bit. Ag. I need copper sheets. Okay. Copper sheets and a bunch of other stuff. Okay. Do. Ag. No, I don't wanted. Soon, boy meets mini. Soon. It will all be over. It's gonna be Jover. I am curious about how I'm going to get water to these places, but that's going to be a problem we'll figure out eventually. Need more rods. Probably more steel beams as well. Yoink. Need more people to trickle in before we start doing the big meme. Because here's the thing, Boy Meets Mini. The sort of energy that I'm getting from the Trump speech, besides the fact that it's a schizo mess, which I mean is about expected from a Trump speech, he's saying that China apparently... Thank you, 235. Apparently China had about 47 million votes, or no, 220 million votes in the 2020 election. So I personally think that this is Trump's basic, like, incredibly desperate attempt to have, like, a Hail Mary to pass the Save America Act. Because that's, like, his current obsession, is the Save America Act. He wants it desperately to be passed so he has more control over over the elections in America. That's what he wants. He basically just wants to cheat because he can't play fairly when it comes to anything at all. And he's still salty about the fact that his dumb, goofy, look-ahead ass lost in 2020. Like, that's what this is all about. He's just still mad. He's still pissed. Fundamentally speaking. So it's just like, okay, bro. Like, nice meme. Oh, you don't own a car, eh? Well, now you do. Obviously, because Trump said so. Come on, come on, keep up. Yeah, it's all fake. Fake news.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true.
Fake.
That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
yeah, your future Dong Fang, was it? voted in the American elections, right? So that's what Trump is specifically talking about there. Come on, go with the program. You should know this, U-235. Now I need wires. Ick. We got the fucking car nerds talking. Son of a bitch. Fucking nerds. Yang Wang. Why you guys talk about Andrew Yang like that, dude? What the fuck? That's fucked up. That's pretty fucked up, U-235. What the hell? Why you talk about that man's Wang? I, in fact, don't want to know much about Andrew Yang's Wang, personally. But that's just me. In my personal opinion, don't want to hear much about that dude's Wang. Nah, you're clearly talking about Andrew Yang. Come on, Yang. We're all Yang gang here, right? We're all Yang gangers? Yang gang? We're all Wangers here, right? Jesus. Duh, you know you're going to hell, right? Yes. I know. Boy Meets Mini went quiet because of me. Stop the cap. Boy Meets Mini went quiet because he's a fucking putis. There's one guy you should putis, it's him.
It's cringe or be cringe, Jack.
Fortus netus. I mean, you always putis him. No, I didn't say that Boy Meets Mini is El Fortus Netus. That's not true. Boy Meets Mini is many things, but he's not El Fortus Netus. Imagine shouting out the Fortnet. What the fuck is this? Why are you shouting that fucking putingus out? What kind of racism is this? We're supposed to be racist against the Chileans, not...
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of trolling to your mod abilities, Pepe. It's a fancy little maneuver, folks. I'm racist against Argentina. Wait, now I'm just curious. Has U235... Does U235 know? Does he know? I'm playing the video. We're playing the video. Don't pay attention to all the tabs I have open. Don't worry about it. Sick ass anime opening, dude. Well, from a very horny Ukrainian dude. You saw this one? Well, we're watching it again. Yeah, we're watching it again, and there's nothing you could do about it. We're all jamming out right now, dude. I'm jamming out, you just can't see it. Watches it again.
Somebody help me collect extra sick ass.
Oh, this is the second part.
So, where are the naming bugs? I have no idea. Well, I think they are here.
That's true.
Can you eat and bread? Yes, I can. Not sure. You are not helping. Ah, fuck you. I am trying.
Absolute put this. This is true. We need to put this emote. Boy Meets Many, figure it out.
Oh my god! Oh no! Please!
Now, speaking. Where is the Barney? Look, action.
Where's the anime?
It is him. Look. Sex. Do you think this is where they keep the Barney? Most certainly, perhaps.
This is definitely where they keep the anime. Sex.
Access denied. Please validate that you are human.
Boss is good. Whoa.
What is this? Alright. Go on.
Whoa.
Billy! It's Billy Harrington.
Hey, buddy, you picked the wrong door. The Weep Club's 2 blocks down.
2 blocks. Very good. Yes, thanks. King. We go.
Uh-oh.
Now I'll show you who's boss of this facility.
Where did he go?
He hates anime. Soldier hates anime. We get it though. I get it though. This shit's so dumb, dude. Sir, it's all fighting game references.
You are going down, you Sputnik.
What?
This is dumb but very important, that's true. Billy! Not guilty gear. This is actually the most important thing we've ever watched. Again. Very important. Incredibly important. Not the Confederacy of Independent States. Sir, the engineer's gonna die. Dude, it's the moon landing. Yo, sick.
I'm gonna step off the limb. That's one small step.
Boy Meets Minnie was there for the moon landing. No, they killed the astronaut. No! Lance Armstrong is dead now. He's fucking dead, dude. Nah, that's a lot of RPGs. Still has enough fuel to get the back with his asshole. This is all real. Because I choose to be, I choose for this to all be real. He's dead.
Oh no!
Here's one of Ford's favorite sounds. He loves that
Now
sound.
it's your turn. What?
No, he's alive, actually. Because he's a Gurren Logging character. He's got the glasses. It's all about the potential for thighs.
You got blood on this sandwich.
What?
Not the sandwich, bro. The fuck? That's fucked. We salute Mr. Sandwich. I'm saluting. Rip to that sandwich, dude. It's Jover for that sandwich. Billy!
Enough is enough. I've had it with these motherfucking weebs on this motherfucking military base.
No, you fucked up now, soldier. You see? Fucked up. Oh shit, the anime girls.
What? No!
G-Man!
T42 heavy weapons guy. You may not go any further. My employers have grown rather fond of their anime girls. And, well, wait.
Fuck you, G-Man. Idiot. Stupid. Trying to stop the anime girls. SMH my head.
Very nice.
Dude, it's the anime women.
Yes!
I see now. This camera angle is shit.
What?
I need you to take better camera angles.
Okay.
No.
You have to go up their assholes.
Yeah, that will do. Six. Now!
He's dead. No bitches. No bitches. It's so Jover. No bitches were required.
Six. Now!
In the end, it was Russian coach who put a stop to Putis. No anime girls, no sex. It's over.
Putis!
It's so fucking over, bro. Oh, man.
Putis!
Oh, no, the fucking Putis spam is here. Yeah, get out of your system. What? What the heck?
All these lipstick YouTubers and chicken shit Redditors. Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit.
Fucking all the Putises are here. There's just a collection of them. Jesus Christ. It's nothing but fucking Putis spam now. It's not good. Not good. It's bad, folks. All the Putises are here. It's not looking good. Not good. You watching anime shit for Mini Guy? What the fucking Putis shit are you talking about right now? This is why you are maximum fucking Putis. Yeah, everyone Pogo the Fortnite. He's being a fucking Pogo right now. He's being about his Papega. Literal Team Papega over here. Team Papaja. Now, obviously, I would enjoy this slandering Boy Meets Mini. I love slandering Boy Meets Mini. It's one of my favorite activities. But there is no evidence to suggest that he's a fucking weeb. If anything, El Fordus fucking Netus, you're more of a weeb than Boy Meets Mini. How about them apples, huh? Fordus Netus? How do you plead? You have evidence. Alright, present it. Where's the link? Linky? Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do. He has no evidence and no bitches. Exterminatus el fortus netus. You can prove that he's a weeb, he's a software engineer? That is racism. I'm willing to hear it out. Okay, what's the evidence to indicate that because of Boy Meets Mini being a software engineer, that means he's a weeb? I'm willing to hear this out. I'm willing to hear out this case. Because many such cases. This happens more often than you think. Software engineers like anime? That's true, they do. But there's still been no evidence presented by either side saying that Boy Meets Mini has or has not engaged with anime. Objection, generalization. In what way is that generalized? Is it not true that a lot of software engineers, Boy Meets Mini, watch anime? Is that not a factual statement? As said by the prosecution? Wait, I need the Ace Attorney music. Are you saying, Boy Meets Mini, that the prosecution made an anecdote? Now, I may not be a rhetorical expert. Wait, hold on. We need to get the... Where's the Ace Attorney music? Someone give me a link to the Ace Attorney music. We're not doing this well. Oh my god, it's an hour long. This is the complete OST. Wait, I know, I just need the theme. And this isn't fucking chaptered out? Okay, no, it is. I don't know what the name of the song is. This is the whole OST. Not you're trolling. Never mind. You're literally trolling. Boy Meets Mini plays Genshin Impact. Is that true? Do you play Genshin Impact, Boy Meets Mini? No. Now, is the prosecution just randomly throwing out a bunch of bullshit just to disparage Boy Meets Mini? That is true, but if you are on VTube Studio, that does not necessarily mean you're a weeb. Mayhaps the prosecution is just throwing out a bunch of random bullshit. That is also true. You have to be racist to be a VTuber. That's also true. Okay. Why the hell are the temperatures on these things going up? What? That was a little weird. That's a little weird. Huh? Huh? Okay. Hashtag not all racists. I don't know about that one, Boy Meets Mini. Personally, it might be all racists. Some might say that Boy Meets Mini is the most racist of them all. He plays a lot of sim racing games. Think about it. That's kind of racist, Boy Meets Mini. I can confirm.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's
It's
true.
pretty true.
That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
I don't know, Boy Meets Mini. I think you might be racist. This is true. He is more racist than the entirety of it. That's also true. Boy Meets Mini was attacked by a very low IQ VTuber. I should know. I saw the interaction. Yeah, this is transphobic, actually, now. Real. Yeah, I don't know. So far, the prosecution has still not presented any evidence to me that Boy Meets Mini is a weeb. I've not seen any links. I've not seen any evidence get presented by the prosecution. What's going on here, guys? I was told that Boy Meets Mini is a weeb, and there's nothing. You sent this in Discord? What is this? Oh, you fucking called me. Well, I have streamer mode on. I didn't hear this. What do you want? All right. What's your evidence?
Shut your trap.
Put this.
Wait. Did you just want to say that? What the fuck? Are you... Am I going to have to dismiss you from this court?
Correct.
The prosecution is now dismissed. So based off of all the non-evidence that we have, I can safely say that Boy Meets Mini is not a weeb. Oh wait, he pinged it in the Discord. It's the fucking DM I had. When I was memeing about you being on VTube Studio. That's good. That's true. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you, Ford. Never mind. Guess this is Boy Meets Mini time. Mini's time to be racist to Iron Mouse. Boy Meets Mini would never. He wouldn't do that. Racism to the Latina? Nah, he wouldn't do that. Because he's like Shadow the Hedgehog. He loves Latinas. That is true. Iron Mouse does support... There is a good IDF, right? There's the bad IDF, and there's the good IDF. Iron Mouse supports the good IDF. I guess that is also another IDF. There's multiple IDFs. There's a lot of differing IDFs, okay? Most of them are bad. Well, maybe not all of them. The main one that we all know of is bad. Alright, I'm gonna have to come up with some fucking bullshit to make all this shit work. So that'll be fun. Anywho. I do want to grab some water real quick before we get started. Because I'm thirsty. That's mostly why. So I will be right back. Very cool. And then we'll get started on the Trump speech. Alright. We're back? We're back. We're so Barack. We're so Hussein. We're so Obama. Oh, this is really funny. Okay, that I'm going to have to include after we look at the dumb fucking bullshit. Well, we're mostly going to have a bit of a preamble before the speech, so I'm going to essentially kill two birds with one stone. Did Trump shit himself in the speech? Probably. He wears a diaper all the time. We know he's had a catheter before. We've seen him with a catheter. Fucking coming from this literal fucking putungus. But sure, man. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cuck.
Okay, put this. Flamination is being extra aggressive right now. Alright, I'm no longer dying. Ba-doom, ba-doom, doom, ba-doom, boom, 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 boom. Ba-doom, ba-doom, doom. Alright, let's get started. Alright, I heard that Trump is having a dumbass speech, probably to complain about him losing in 2020 or some shit. Yeah, probably to complain about him losing in 2020. My prediction is this. It's probably going to be the exact same thing when Trump and RFK Jr. Did their, dumbass discovery of what causes autism. They basically did their homework, like, I don't know, a couple hours before the deadline, and then they decided to come up with a Tylenol while people are in the womb or some shit. Yeah, like, totally, bro. That's what causes autism in children. Not the better detection methods that we have now to more easily detect autism, as well as the methodologies in order to be able to do that. Nah, it's Tylenol while people are in the womb or something. Like, okay, bro, yeah, totally, whatever. But Caroline Leavitt obviously has to do the whole song and dance for Donald Trump about the 2020 election, which, again, how many times this has to be said? We're still talking about this shit 6 years later. It's all an excuse for Trump to basically try to pass the Save America Act, which essentially essentially a soft repeal of the 19th Amendment. It'll disenfranchise at the very least tens of millions, if not even hundreds of millions of Americans from being able to vote, because half of Americans don't own fucking passports. And most women, about 70 million women within America, take their fucking spouse's name when they get married. So they won't also be able to vote either as a byproduct of this dumb fucking legislation. They constantly say, again, that the American people have like an overwhelming bipartisan consensus on the approval rating of the Save America Act. Obviously, that's just not the case, because it depends on how the question is asked. The question that typically gets asked is, should there be voter ID for elections? And that's it, which strips away so much fucking context in terms of the Save America Act. And these dumbasses constantly are just like, oh, well, that means people want the Save America Act. It's like, yeah, there's a little bit more to that particular act in comparison to just saying, like, oh, it's all just forehead voter ID. It's there's a little bit more to that in comparison. But here, Caroline, what do you got for me, buddy?
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. To the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. The 2024 election, widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people
Because
look
it
at
was too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this and
Yeah, the idea... Okay, fucking stupid. Yeah, too big to rig the 2024 election. You're just saying that because Trump won, right? Or Trump is just saying that because he won, right? because of how shitty Kamala Harris was as a fucking candidate. That's the main fucking issue there. It's not that it was quote unquote too big to rig. 2020 had the highest voter turnout in U.S. election history. So wouldn't that technically apply there? Because the 2020 election was too big to rig. Oh, but that's not the case because Trump ended up losing there or something? Like what exactly is the through line here? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent.
Amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. There were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think
'Cause he's
part of the
petty.
problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion.
So she's not going to answer the question because Caroline Leavitt, after coming back from maternity leave, is still the same Weasley Trump sycophant mouthpiece that she always has been. The same like Jesus freak who got married to a significantly older man for some reason. Pepe. Yeah, should we really be surprised that she's not actually going to answer the question? Because she's not answering she's not answering the question here, guys. That's the basic problem here.
Conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight.
It was pretty much when all the election watchdogs within the federal government took a look at the quote-unquote safety of the 2020 election. They said that it was probably one of the most safe and secure elections in U.S. history. But again, whatever, these people don't care.
We'll show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act because it's crucially important as we move forward.
Which won't get passed within the Senate. Because, technically speaking, the Save America Act did pass within the House as part of an amendment within the National Defense Authorization Act, which is must-pass legislation as dictated by Congress, which, of course, very fucking weaselly by the House Republicans to do that. But, again, this shit's never going to make it past the fucking Senate. Why? Because of the filibuster, the legislative filibuster. Trump wants the filibuster to essentially be abolished, like the Democrats did during Joe Biden's presidency, which is also something that's never going to happen because that means that Republicans are going to have to be more responsible with their votes. They're going to have to take responsibility for the terrible votes that they constantly have. Like, for example, let's say there is a bill that essentially says, take medicine away from all babies, or whatever. Every Republican's going to vote for that. Why? Because they hate children. They hate babies. Whatever. Yada, yada, yada. All of a sudden, their constituents are going to start asking them questions saying, like, why did you vote for this, like, take medicine away from all babies bill? Like, what the fuck is happening here? Because guess what? Without the filibuster, basically, like, no legislation is going to get passed. It's always been, like, for the purpose of, like, gridlock and whatnot within Congress. Yada, yada, yada. They don't actually want to do their jobs. We've talked about this shit before. Without the filibuster, which is essentially an excuse for a lot of these politicians within power to just keep doing nothing, they would actually be forced and expected to have to do something, which is why they don't want to get rid of the filibuster. But here, John Thune puts it about as eloquently as I could have put it myself when it comes to why the Save America Act is just not gonna fucking pass.
Later thing. President Trump and his allies have renewed their calls to fire the parliamentarian and pass the SAVE Act. You've been very clear as to why the SAVE Act doesn't have the votes to pass and why firing the parliamentarian will create problems here. But are you worried that if you don't do what the president wants, that he's just going to criticize your leadership or perhaps withdraw support for your leadership?
That could happen. Look, and it's a well-known fact around here, sometimes perhaps not fully grasped around the country, but anybody who follows this process closely knows that we don't have the votes. And the only way that you could figure out a way to get the votes, and even in that case, the Save America Act didn't even get 50 votes last week on the floor of the Senate. But even if you can...
Pretty big fucking point here. There isn't even consensus amongst Republicans. Again, 53 fucking Republican senators are currently within the Senate. And John Thune just said, and this is a while back, I don't think much has really changed. Yeah, this is a while back, about a month ago. I don't think that the basic gist of this has really changed all that much, even with Trump's constant bluster, because the senators know that this is a very, very unpopular bill, right? They know that this will not end well, and they are more interested in maintaining their careers and maintaining the majority that they have currently within the Senate, right? Because I don't think Republicans will ever get a supermajority in order to get around the filibuster. That's not happening. I don't even think that Republicans would want to have a supermajority within Congress, because that would mean they'd actually have to take responsibility for some of the terrible votes they have. But that's a different sort of story there. The Republicans make it extremely fucking clear consistently that they simply put just do not want to have to deal with the fact that a lot of the policies and things they believe in would be actively incredibly unpopular with the American people. They don't want that. So they're just like, yeah, we're just going to hide behind the parliamentarian, we're going to hide behind the fucking filibuster, and not actually pass any of this legislation that the president specifically wants, because they know it would be really unpopular. And why do they know that it would be really unpopular? Because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill is incredibly fucking unpopular amongst the against the general constituencies of not only the Democrats, but also of the Republican Party as well. Nobody fucking liked that shit, and the only one who liked that dumbass fucking bill was, guess who? Oh, Trump. So guess what? What's basically going to happen at this point in time, this particular juncture, is there's not going to be any fucking passing of any of Trump's legislative priorities, because it's just actively unpopular. Nobody fucking likes Trump's legislation. It's actively as unpopular as one can fucking be. Like, so as a byproduct of that, do you really believe that these senators who only care more and more about their careers are going to want to pass a lot of this like legislation that's going to be actively detrimental to their careers? Fuck no, of course not. Hello? That wouldn't make any sense for them to be able to maintain their positions in fucking power. It doesn't make any sense for them. So they're never going to actively vote for a lot of this legislation, because they know that it's already highly unpopular. And guess what? They've done constant test votes and floor votes as well on the floor of the Senate about the Save America Act. It never had the votes, even amongst the Republicans. And even if it did, it would still have to get over the fucking filibuster. And that's never going to be gotten rid of, because guess what? That would mean that the Republican Party has to take responsibility for a lot of their terrible fucking policies and votes. And that's something that the Republicans never want to do. Also, they're a bunch of lazy bastards who don't like to work.
Confine it to just the two issues of photo ID and citizenship in order to register to vote. On those two issues, you take 60 votes in the Senate. The only way you could get there is to undo or get rid of the legislative filibuster, and there aren't even close to the votes here in the United States Senate in order to achieve that. So it's an issue we all agree on. We're all for it. And
I do believe you also, correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mini, but you also need 60 votes to basically it's not disable, but to basically not have the filibuster be in place. Am I correct in that assessment? I don't 100% remember for certain, which, again, like I said before, with the current makeup of the, or rather the current popularity of the president, it's not going to fucking happen, because, again, politicians are all careerists. What do they care more about? Oh, making sure that they have their careers intact after Trump is gone, which means, guess what? Most of the stuff in terms of the legislative priorities that these motherfuckers have is not going to fucking happen. Yeah, you can't do this through budget reconciliation either, because there's no budgetary requirements for something like this either. So, again, this has to get passed through the fucking filibuster. And even with the filibuster, even without the fucking filibuster, the Republicans simply put just do not have the votes in order to pass this legislation, because they know it would be, let's just say, extremely unpopular, more unpopular than they currently are right now. and they'd be even in an even more fucked position than they currently are for in terms of their not party status, but as like a sort of like a legislative sort of body. So the Republicans understand it, because these guys are a bunch of fucking conniving bastards, right? They know that, dog, there's no fucking way that our dumbasses are going to be capable at all of being able to pass this legislation without getting absolutely mollywopped in the fucking midterms and future elections. Which is why Trump is also trying to change the electoral outcomes in his own fucking favor as well, with all the like racialized gerrymandering that he's attempting to pull off right now. So again, like, they don't have the votes, they don't have the popular will on their side to even pass the Save America Act. The Save America Act is very unpopular. It's just not going to fucking happen. So I don't know. It's one of those situations just like, damn, fucking cope and seethe. Yeah, cope and fucking seethe. Of course, Donald Trump during this whole time was very, very pissed, and this is something that I probably was thinking about talking about for a while, but it's come up now, so here we are. The current housing bill for the affordable housing bill that was passed in the House and passed within the Senate, Donald Trump was not willing to fucking sign into law for one reason and one reason only, because of the Save America Act. Now, obviously, the current date while I am talking about this is the 17th of July. Yeah, the current House bill has, not House bill, but housing bill has been basically put within law. It is now law within the United States of America because the president decided to not sign it. He was more than fucking past the date, the 10 days when it was both passed within the Senate and within the House, to essentially say, hey, we are passing this fucking goddamn bill for what reason exactly? Because America needs affordable housing, because housing is currently a shit show within America. Trump was obviously not going to sign that because he was having a hissy fit over his Save America Act, which was never going to get fucking passed because, A, it's really unpopular, and nobody fucking wants that shit. So, cope and fucking seethe, Mr. President? Yeah, cope and fucking seethe, Jack. So, that shit was just never going to fucking happen, right? Whether the, like it or not. Really, he would hate that bill as a real estate magnet. I thought there was a bunch of, like, deregulations for real estate within that bill. I guess he just doesn't like it because it makes housing more affordable. You know, whatever. Evil real estate or people being evil as always, yada, 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 should really go without saying. The reason why he's basically not trying to sign this bill while it's on his fucking desk during the whole time while I was on his desk is because he's just salty about his Save America Act, which was never going to get fucking signed or even fucking brought up for a vote on the floor of the Senate, because literally the votes are just not there. It's not a popular bill and nobody fucking wants it. So cope and fucking seethe, MAGA chud weirdos, and all of you dumbass fucking fascists and weirdos who want to basically destroy elections within the United States of America. The votes weren't there, it wasn't going to fucking happen, and no one was interested in it. And as a result, the deadline has passed, and now the housing bill is in effect. Whether Trump liked it or not, there was nothing he could do about it. He can fucking cope and seethe, whatever. Like, suck an egg, as the British might say. Yeah, suck an egg, or whatever. So, basically, that attempt has been essentially foiled there by the president, which is why he's doing his current fucking speech right now to, or essentially, come up with, like, another animus or excuse to try to pass the Save America Act. Because that's what it really, all it is, in the end, is he just wants to pass this, like, goofy-ass fucking Save America Act, which is... no one is interested in it, and nobody fucking wants. So he's just gonna have to cope and seethe about it, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, as is said here by Elizabeth Warren on the 11th of July, yeah, the clock struck midnight. The bipartisan housing bill is now law. He refused to sign it but he couldn't stop it. And obviously, it's about building more housing, bringing down costs. Blah 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 blah. Right? and stopping private equity from buying up homes, which was only affecting like 0.5% of the housing supply within America. Whatever, it's fine. Like, who cares? I don't think that's like necessarily a bad thing to stop like private equity from being able to buy up a bunch of houses. Sure, whatever. Even though it's like not like the biggest issue to really be talking about in terms of housing. Sure, I mean, I'm not gonna like knock something down because it's still like overall like a pretty decent thing. Like, who really cares? But all this preamble aside, in terms of Trump's saltiness of the Save America Act, because that's why he's doing all of this, is he's desperate to try to get his Save America Act passed. The current fucking scheme is he's trying to do a random schizo speech about the 2020 election, because he's still salty about it. So he's going to do a dumbass speech about it in order to try to come up with another way to try to pass the Save America Act, because that's what it all is. He just wants to have control over elections within America so then he can become a dictator, in essence. What do we got here, Trump?
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great.
Go.
Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types.
Now, there should not be really any need to debunk all this stuff. I've talked about it in other videos before, so we'll do a quick one. Obviously, right now, currently the U.S. is in probably the worst economic state it has ever been since the Great Depression. Inflation is out of control. The tariffs were terrible in terms of economic productivity. The Iran war is still going on and is having a problem with the oil supply. Yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of reasons why the economy is bad. And also, again, if you cared at all about immigration, then guess what? Maybe you should not have done your 2019 Venezuela coup.
11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person.
So many murders.
We had transgender for everybody, men and women.
So much transgender.
Crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore.
Okay, you know, I do have to say real quick is, again, maybe a lot of this stuff that he's talking about has major problems within the United States, because those things were obviously happening, but maybe it would not have been as big of an issue if, you know, you had a better handle on COVID. You know, I'm just, you know, throwing it out there.
2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
That's
America
an old
is
line.
Respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country.
So much money.
More Americans are working today than ever before. This week,
Well, that's
it was
just an
announced that
objective
inflation
lie.
saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars. Like with the...
That's just a lie, objectively speaking. In terms of the great, big, beautiful bill, the main people who are benefiting from that are corporations and the rich. Like, that's just... I mean, that's just a flat-out lie.
Provisions.
Yeah, boy meets many. Your taxes... I bet your taxes went up a bunch because of that dog shit fucking bill.
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years. But
the only thing Trump actually does care about.
Time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history.
So many records.
The highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming.
We've talked about this point before. The idea that you're slapping tariffs on a bunch of other countries for drug prices is not going to do anything about drug prices within America. That's just fucking extremely stupid. Like, it's such an astronomically, like, boneheaded fucking policy. It's just like, again, you want to actually be able to do that, like, then you should have Medicare be able to fucking negotiate prices for medicines, but he's not going to do that. It's never going to happen.
Coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov. This will ultimately reduce the cost of healthcare. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. but the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being...
Okay, a real quick one about that, because I think there was actually a study done on the Trump RX account, or Trump accounts rather, for children. The studies have come out about that. The amount of money that that's going to be given to children, if they actually do the seed money investment of about $1,000 for each child, is going to round out to about $3,000 when they get to college. That's it. Just $3,000. Now, I don't know if you guys know anything about American colleges and universities. Those things will cost you tens of thousands of dollars. So it's not gonna fucking happen. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. And I was about to bring up those accounts specifically. There was already something in place to essentially help Americans be able to attend college and or university, and that was the 529K accounts. Those are already in place and have been significantly more effective in terms of college savings in comparison to this like cockamamie bullshit that Trump has basically come up with. Like it ain't working, Chief.
Invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18 they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account and they'll get off to a great start in life.
Nah, that's just a lie, by the way.
TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst.
No one thought it was possible.
In the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil.
So much oil.
Is winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure we're gonna see the fruits of the of America's labor within Iran? Yeah, huff that fucking copium, dude. Like, you guys are already fucking have already admitted defeat in terms of Iran. Like, it's fucking over for America. You guys have fucking lost. It's just ridiculous. I mean, is America... I mean, I do remember there have been some reports, Boy Meets Mini, of more and more, like, random strikes of boats happening within Venezuela, or around international waters near Venezuela. I don't even know if America is even getting that much oil from the Venezuelans. Like, America was already an oil producer. I don't know why they need Venezuelan oil as well. Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But then again, trying to make sense of the things that the Trump administration is doing is like, it's just an exercise in futility.
America is back and doing really well, but we
So
still
well.
have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and...
I mean, that's true. Like, listen, in a technical sense, what Trump is saying here is true. Big problem. The only instances of voter fraud that have happened, again, this is a 38-year study that the Cato Institute has done. Again, the Cato Institute is a libertarian think tank. They have done the number crunching on this, and the Republicans have basically no argument in terms of voter fraud. Maybe a couple dozen instances of voter fraud over 38 years worth of elections. I think it was about like almost 38 itself. You know, so, you know, one fucking voter fraud per election year. Would you look at that? And in fact, the most recent cases of voter fraud and electoral fraud that have happened within the United States of America came from whom? Oh, the Republicans. because Republican voters decided to vote for like their deceased parents twice. So like again, in every single way and instance that the Republicans can just like be wrong, they just are. Like it's incredible to me.
And interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system
It's
we have
impossible,
today falls
folks.
catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence, revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have...
Really? Is that so? Why don't we take a look? A quick intermission. How about we take a look at some of the findings that Trump has released? The consensus, the intel community's assessment was that China did not try to influence the 2020 election. Yeah, he says that it was China that was the main cause of the 2020 election. Spoiler, we just spoiled probably the funniest part of the fucking speech. But that's not the funniest part about all of this. The funniest part about all of this is that Trump released documents that confirmed that Russia tried to interfere in the 2020 election to hurt Biden. It says Russia tried to orchestrate a high-profile corruption scandal, that being the Hunter Biden Burisma stuff, and push narratives about voter fraud resulting from mail-in balloting, which Trump ran with during the whole time. So Trump unironically just proved Russiagate. Or really Russiagate 2.0. In-fucking credible, bro. Incredible. Nice shot in the foot that you did there, you idiot.
have dangerously exposes and really exposes like levels never thought possible. The hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you. The American people are beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now.
Folks.
The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the
I
White
totally
House
don't
Government
think any of you are stupid.
Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board.
Wait, what the fuck is this transparency fucking advisory board? That's a fucking new thing, okay? Did Trump make up some new random dumbfuck task force while we were all not looking? Did he just make up some new shit? I think he just made up some new shit.
Supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings.
Yep,
we are
they did.
presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out.
That's my website.
Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's
from his own documents again. The consensus is that the intel community assessment was that China did not try to influence the 2020 election. One intel officer had an alternate view, which was that Beijing has taken at least some low-level exploratory steps, but not the most aggressive aggressive options. So, yeah. Swing and a fucking miss. And this is in his own fucking goddamn documents, man. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. This really is, it's just Tylenol in the Tylenol babies in the fucking womb 2.0, dude. They had to scramble after the housing bill, because this is what I actually think it is, okay? The housing bill passed without Trump signing it, without getting the Save America Act passed within law, because again, they just, as John Thune himself said, they don't have the votes. They just don't have it. No one was interested in fucking passing that shit, and as a byproduct, he's just like, well, fuck. I need to somehow get some kind of win out of this. Quick. Come up with like another RFK-esque like schizo conspiracy theory to say that it was like China and BLM that decided to interfere within the 2020 election, which is just like something that just didn't fucking happen. Like there's just no evidence for this like whatsoever, besides like maybe like random anecdotes from like far right fucking weirdos. Like it's just a massive fucking nothing burger.
Illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data
Sure,
loss
man.
presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation.
Again, this is just like the complete opposite of what all the election watchdogs say within like 2020. It's just a complete fucking opposite. So is Trump saying that they're all lying? Well, given the fact that Trump lies about as much as he breathes, I don't think there's like really any reason to trust anything that he says in comparison to all the third party, well, not third party, but like all of the internal watchdogs within the United States election services, who have already done all the number crunchings and done all the research to say, yeah, no one cheated. Like, nobody fucking cheated. The president is just saying a bunch of random stupid bullshit.
Unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency.
Bro, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. So, wait, during 2020, you were still in power. During 2020, when the elections were going on, you are the deep state. And you are currently the deep state. Like, what? So we're just going to chalk this up that we're currently 0 for 2 out of 5. We're currently 0 for 2. That's a second swing and a miss.
Agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling.
So the claim is that the CIA downplayed election meddling within 2020? Okay, here's the question. Why would they do that? Like, what? Why? The United States has made it very clear that they want some kind of, like, brinksmanship with China, at the very least. Maybe, like, some kind of, like, military adventurism within China. It makes you ask this question. Why? Why would the CIA want to suppress any information about China potentially, or you know, as Trump would say, China, suppress anything from specifically efforts, rather, from the Chinese in order to try to interfere with the 2020 elections? Like, why would they? Like, why would they not release any of that info? Because I'm pretty sure the intelligence community, it would also be interested in brinksmanship against the Chinese. So, like, why? What benefit is gained here in this particular instance? Like, you have to ask yourself these questions.
Covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible.
No one thought.
US spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the...
Okay, hold on. I'm just curious, though. Like, didn't he just recently glaze Xi Jinping while he was in, I don't know, like Ankara in Turkey or something? Like, what's going on here? So, bro went from glazing to immediately shitting on Xi Jinping. I thought you were like best friends or something. Yeah, I thought you loved China. Like, what's going on here? Like, this is what I mean. Like, this is why you can't fucking treat a lot of this shit seriously, is because it's just the inconsistencies. Like, again, you have to ask yourself this question: why would the Chinese do this? Like, why would they do it? What do they fucking gain out of this? And if people are going to say it's like, oh, well, the ability to fuck with President Trump, clearly. It's like, but why? Why would they want to fuck with President Trump? Like, think about it for 3 seconds. He's, like, literally the easiest guy for them to be able to easily win against. He's very easy to flatter. He's stupid. He's incredibly easy to manipulate. And if the Chinese basically want to get a particularly beneficial deal out of him, they just can. So why the fuck would the Chinese want to basically fuck with his ability to be able to stay in power? Like, think about it, right? He's like the easiest fucking guy to manipulate on the planet. Like, why would they want to fuck with him? Like, think about this for like literally 3 seconds. Because he's an idiot. He's easy to manipulate. He's a madman. His brain barely fucking functions. So, like, what, like, to what benefit, to what end do the Chinese sort of get out of, not being able to, I guess for, like, lack of a better term, have any benefits from dealing with Trump in comparison to that of, like, any other fucking Democrat? Like, you just have to fucking think about this for, like, 3 seconds. Like, what would the Chinese get out of this?
Information, secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration in our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it Donald Trump to win, and for good reason.
They don't want,
As
they
the
don't want me to win.
documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election.
Wait, so, okay, the claim is now also China is puppeteering Antifa and BLM or something against President Trump? So basically, all the people that he constantly fucking scapegoats, he's just gonna say it's all China's fault. Is that the meme? Is that the meme? Not only did they hack our elections, but also they decided to puppeteer BLM to attack little old me. Why would they do that? It's just like, I don't know, man. Given the fact that Antifa, the guys who do not like fascists, the fact that they were as active and prominent as they were during your fucking presidency should probably tell you something. It's not going to tell these people anything.
Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018,
So
China
nice.
was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself.
I'm
Separately,
certain.
in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA,
Bro, what the fuck is he talking about, bro? It's like, now China just wants to make it look like I'm not sexy, but I'm so sexy, folks. I'm the sexiest man alive. I'm the most sexy. It's like, bro, what the, like, what are we doing here? What are we saying here? Like, it's like, I want people to understand just like how fucking ridiculous this is. Like, to be honest, how much you want to bet Grok gave him this speech? I'd put some money down on that one, I think. Like, I think there's a pretty decent chance that this is like some fucking weird Grok shit. I'm gonna be honest here.
the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had...
Wait, but I thought you liked all the business leaders within power now because they decided to give you everything you wanted. What? Like, which is it then? Like, this is what I mean. Like, you can't treat anything that this motherfucker says seriously because it's all just incoherent, inconsistent fucking babble. That's the fucking issue here. It's just like, okay, so now all the business leaders who went to the correspondence dinner and tried to like glaze you in every single way possible, now they're all at fault. They are all the ones who are deciding to go alongside with Chinese interests to like bring you down or something. Like, bro, like, what are we fucking saying here?
Reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world.
Wait, but hold on. But in the tariff negotiations with China, you literally capitulated to all of their demands, and they got everything they wanted out of the tariff negotiations. What the fuck are we talking about here? I'm saying this all obviously rhetorically. it's because we're dealing with an old man here who is just mad about the fact that he didn't get his way with his dumbass fucking Save America Act that he was incredibly desperate to pass, but was not getting passed because, again, it was just not ever going to get around the fucking filibuster again, because it's not a popular bill and Republicans are already in shambles in terms of popularity, and as a result, John Thune was just like, yeah, I don't think we're going to be passing this, big dog, because nobody wants it, and we are incredibly unpopular right now. We already bit off more than we could chew with the big beautiful bill. Like, so it's just not going to fucking happen. Like, I don't know what to say, Mr. President, besides fucking cope. Yeah, like, cope. Like, seriously. Like, this is just a pathetic attempt here by Trump here. It really is Tylenol autism 2.0. Like, unironically. This is the exact same fucking, like, presentation prepared, like, 5 hours before assignment was due. Fucking bullshit. Like, this is incredible to me, dude. This is pathetic.
These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020. Yet buried by rogue bureaucrats stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of...
Wait, illegal ballots? So they tampered with all the mail-in voting ballots? We all know why he's bringing this up specifically. It's because he's mad at the Supreme Court for the pro-mail-in ballot measures that they've been basically approving. So he's just... What I'm basically saying is that he's just mad.
Significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that...
Yeah, because, like, who the fuck cares about the 2020 election, bro? Like, hello? That was 6 years ago. Like, why would they have to fucking tell you about that stuff? Who cares? What? Okay, big bro. Like, seriously, just unironically, this bit right here from this fucking document, as is being said here by Tommy Vader, the consensus of the intelligence community assessment was that China did not try to influence the 2020 election. One intel officer had an alternate view, which was that Beijing has taken at least some low-level exploratory steps, but not the most aggressive options. So, like, again, like... If this is the case, why the fuck are we complaining about this? Oh, it's because, again, he wants to pass the Save America Act and have more control of elections himself. That's what it is.
Quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama.
What the fuck was that bag shit? What the fuck is he talking about here?
Blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was...
Bro has not been in power for, like, the past 10 years. Like, why would he... Like, why? Unless there's, like, important confidential information about Obama himself, but we're currently talking about elections. Why would Obama essentially tell people within the CIA or the NSA or whatever to essentially fuck with the 2020 or the 2016 election? Like, it's, like, again, why would he do that? It's like, okay... What does this accomplish? Like, what does this do? This is the main problem here with a lot of, like, Trump and his, like, bluster, for lack of a better term, is just, like, it often, and I mean very often, gets defeated by, I think, one simple question. Okay? Why? Like, why? Why? Like, why would these, organizations do this stuff? Why would the CIA do this? Why would China do this? Like, why? Why would they do any of this stuff? And very often, he'll just have, like, claims being made. He'll just say, like, random aspersions, despite the fact that he basically confirmed that Russiagate was actually real, but whatever. Or rather, Russiagate 2.0 was real, but whatever. He's never going to sort of take any responsibility for that because, again, that benefited him, and we're dealing with a petty narcissist. It doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. Everything I'm saying here is just purely rhetorical. You have to ask yourself this question. Okay, why did the Chinese do this? Why did the CIA do this? Are you essentially saying that they were in cahoots with China during the 2020 fucking election or something? Like, what is being accomplished here? And that's ultimately a question that's probably, if I were to take a guess, yeah, that shit ain't gonna be fucking answered anytime soon because these motherfuckers are not interested in answering it.
Supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning.
Okay.
Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA.
Real quick about the current Director of National Intelligence. I think his name is like Jay Carson, I believe is his name. That guy is a complete fucking schizo, by the way. Who basically, when he was getting questioned by John Ossoff specifically, he was completely unable to answer who won the 2020 election. He just refused to answer that fucking question. So that's currently who's going to be the next Director of National Intelligence. It's another fucking 2020 election conspiracy theory freak.
To investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people.
Sure, man.
Yet
Totally.
concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. There
was literally a lawsuit about this that Fox News lost. Are you sure that you want to fucking talk about the Dominion voting machines there, Trump? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Does he want to get sued by... Maybe Trump wants to get sued by Dominion. Yo! Revelation. Trump wants to get sued by Dominion voting machines, guys. That's the plan. He wants to get sued by them.
Vulnerable, and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight,
Sure,
we're
man.
publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including, at a minimum, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote.
Wait, what non-state group could compromise U.S. election infrastructure? Like, what, Hamas? Hezbollah? Like, who the fuck would do that? Like, Boko Haram? And to what extent and why? Like, why would they? What, to put like a Democrat in power who's not going to give them any leniency anyway? Like what are we saying here? Like, to what end? To what purpose does this fucking serve? Like, that's again the question that I have to have. But like, that's an answer. That's a question that will never be answered.
But that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The
Supposedly.
document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it
Yeah, but not January 6th. All the perpetrators of that you literally fucking pardoned who tried to violently overturn the 2020 election. Oh, not those guys. Those guys are actually totally okay. But yeah, man, random like schizo nonsense that's basically being said here to just basically be salty about the fact that no one wanted to pass this like dog shit fucking legislation. In terms of the Save America Act, like, oh man, dude, so goofy.
actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela, and that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included...
Wait, okay, so... Okay, wait. Yeah, the ghost of Hugo Chavez is trying to fuck with the OSS. Yeah, totally, bro. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, man, totally. Hugo Chavez is the specter that continues to haunt Venezuelan elections through Nicolas Maduro. Like, sure, man. I sure am really certain that this is a thing that is absolutely happening, Mr. President. Very, very much so.
Precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group, in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned. They couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the...
Yeah, because it probably wasn't really all that relevant, to be honest. Like, who the fuck gives a shit about this, man? Like, okay, why the waste resources on just Michigan alone? You lost all the other fucking swing states as well. You even lost Georgia, bro. Like, what relevance does it have for fucking Michigan? Even if he still won Michigan in 2020, he still would have lost the election anyways. Like, think about it. Like, that's why it's just... Why are we complaining about this? Again, the same consistent question we have to ask ourselves here all the fucking time. Why? Like, why are we talking about this? It's, again, because he's just salty about the fact that he lost in 2020. He's still just mad about it, dude.
Matter is fully investigated, and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security.
Whoa, Boy Meets Minnie, you're saying that this is all for the express purpose of, yeah, trying to end democracy. You know, what a radical fucking thing. Yeah, obviously that's the case. That's the real pretext that he's looking for. He just wants to have a dictatorship under himself. It's lame and stupid on fucking purpose. Like, obviously.
Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real...
What fucking, like, really? Like, again, who? Why? For what purpose? To what end? What is the purpose of this? What is being accomplished by this exactly? Like, also, yeah, which states? He's not going to specify any of these fucking questions, is he? Because, again, it's because he's probably fucking lying.
The number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections.
Couldn't you really say that this is the case for, like, basically any other voter system or electoral system anywhere? Like, anywhere? Couldn't you fucking say that? Like, this could just be applied to anybody, which is why this is just like pointless. And he's, again, not being specific on purpose. It's all inherently meant to be fucking vague. Why? Because it's a bunch of bupkis. Complete fucking bupkis. And also, like, the funniest thing about this, like, when he was complaining about mail-in voting, he's still complaining about mail-in voting. Like, brother, you unironically, also vote by vote in mail. In the recent fucking elections, he voted in by vote in mail. So, like, what are we doing here? Why are we complaining about this? Like, think about it. He wants to, like, basically fuck himself over from being able to vote? Okay, we all know what this is the point is. Pretext for ending democracy, blah, 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 blah. We all know what this is all about, actually.
Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago.
Dude, they still can't get over Spencer Pratt, dude. His dumbass fucking losing. Again, the Supreme Court literally ruled on a case about that exactly. And they said, yeah, mail-in ballots that come in even after the election day, yeah, those are fine. Those count as fucking votes. Yada, yada, yada. Because again, like, the mail-in ballots, they already have a deadline for when they actually are able to be counted as votes, and you can just mail them in. It turns out, whoa, maybe if you fund, like, the postal system better or something, they'll be able to come in faster. Perhaps even on the same day as, say, election day. But unfortunately, the postal system does not have very good funding within the United States of America. So again, if you care about this so much, Trump, maybe you should fund the postal system within the United States better. And then this would not be a problem. I'm saying this all rhetorically, of course. He doesn't give a fuck about this whatsoever. Like, he could care less.
But it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country.
Dude, California is the most populous state in the union. 54 million fucking people, man. Within California alone. It's going to take a long time to count all those votes. Yet India takes 5 weeks to do national elections. Yeah, because a billion people, it's going to take a long while in order to count all the fucking votes. Same thing in Canada, by the way. Why? Big fucking state. Big fucking provinces. It's going to take some fucking time to count all that shit. But again, we're dealing with a fucking buffoon here who's still salty about the fact that, oh, he lost in 2020. Because that's what this all ultimately fucking boils down to. Is the fact that he's just mad about the fact that he lost.
That has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the
No,
media.
it's because so far you've just posted a bunch of vagaries with, like, hardly any fucking evidence whatsoever. Like, this is just a nothing burger of a fucking speech. I think even Fox News, fun fact, Sean Hannity, yeah, also, they probably don't want to get sued. That's also a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. Sean Hannity of Fox News, I think, talked about this speech for like 5 minutes and then decided to immediately move on to talking about Iran. Even Fox News does not give a fuck about your stupid fucking speech because, again, it's just nonsense. And also, again, they don't want to get fucking sued by Dominion voting machines. I think, like, unironically, they heard, well, oh, the voting machines, there's a problem. They need to be investigated again. They were just like, yeah, no, we want nothing to do with this as Fox News. So, like, we'll talk about literally anything else to glaze the Republican Party, but Dominion voting machines? Nah. Not happening.
Part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses.
Again, says the guy who literally supported January 6th. Like I mean, whatever. The hypocrisy, blah, 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 blah.
They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue.
I mean, you know, says the guy who's trying to, who tried to overturn birthright citizenship. Says the fucking guy who tried to overturn the 2020 election. I mean, like, says the guy who's doing everything possible to try to rig the 2026 fucking midterms in his favor via racial gerrymandering, going after, again, mail-in ballots, and a bunch of various other methods as well. Like, again, just like... I'm beating a dead horse when I say this, obviously. Like, Trump is a fucking liar. No shit. But the hypocrisy, dude, is just... It's on another level, dude.
American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world.
That's true.
Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody.
Well, no, like, the problem is that you keep trying to take away the ability for other people to fucking vote. And generally they tend to be minority populations, who mostly tend to vote Democrat. So, in fact, this shit is completely and utterly fucking partisan. Because you motherfuckers keep making it partisan. Like, okay, whatever.
And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information.
Dude, yeah, Donald Trump, known great uniter, guys. Known great uniter, Donald J. Trump, bro.
I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate
many others as well.
We're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected, so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad.
We're
in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections.
I wonder why he specifically... So Trump just made the mask flip right there, right? This is what this is in reality. He's trying to manufacture consent for another form of, like, January 6th. For when the Republicans are more than likely going to get absolutely trounced in the midterm elections. This is what this is truly about. The main whole crux of all of this. We finally have gone to it. Right here. And Donald Trump just said it very, very fucking clearly. The point of all of this ridiculous bluster here by Donald Trump and the Republican Party in terms of the sanctity of voting and whatnot. It is about manufacturing consent for what exactly? Another like attempt at, say, like another January 6th or other attacks upon voter pollsters, upon voting count officials, upon a bunch of people who would do the work necessary in order to actually count the ballots. This is what it is actually about. He wants to basically manufacture a fucking narrative like he was doing during 2020, saying like, so, you know, if we lose, right, that means it was totally rigged, right? It was totally rigged against me, guys, right? And he was doing that constantly in a lot of his, like, campaign rallies and speeches to the run-up of fucking 2020. The point is extremely fucking simple here, okay? It's really, really, really simple. He wants to manufacture a narrative to throw doubt in the wind and essentially say that everything is rigged against him, and not to actually and have his like all of his like sycophantic fucking weirdos not believe the results of the midterm elections, and essentially give him an excuse in order to clamp down on the midterm elections and centralize and gain more power for himself. That is the actual plan.
Elections, to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of
I'm sure
election
they'll do a
security
great job at
demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and you can't.
Bro, you're the one who's currently in power right now. Like, hello? Okay, dude. Nice meme.
Candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo, voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo, voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many
Bro, he loves his, listen, Republicans, if there's one thing that they always love consistently, it's their fucking poll taxes.
Other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better.
What boy meets mini? So mail-in ballots are bad, but they're okay in those situations? Come on, dude. I mean, listen, it doesn't matter. He's a hypocrite. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares? He's a fucking liar. Blah, 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 blah. They should really go without saying.
Better and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Alright, so that's his dumbass fucking speech. Obviously, it was all a complete lie, and I don't know, should really go without saying. That the president is just still salty about 2020, and this is just basically an excuse for him to try to pass the Save America Act. That's all that this is. That's all that this always has been. It was always, again, another excuse for the president to try to pass his attempt at fucking making poll taxes. That's it. Yeah, that's, like, literally it. But yeah, stupid, dumb fucking speech. He lied the whole time, yada, yada, yada. We don't have to do all the, like, crazy epic debunkings. I would assume so. It doesn't matter. Like, the president has made it extremely clear that he will do anything possible to manufacture consent in order to destroy elections within the United States of America, because, again, for him to be able to win, he has to cheat is a necessity, because in reality, a lot of Trump's policy prescriptions and beliefs are not popular amongst the American people. So instead of playing fairly in an electoral system, why do that when we can cheat instead? Yeah, why do that when we can cheat instead? This has always been the Republican modus operandi, and is a consistent pattern of behavior from them ever since, well, their existence as a party from the Southern Shift. They will always fucking cheat because they have to cheat in order to have the illusion of fucking popularity. Because, again, we're dealing with a bunch of charlatans and absolute fucking freaks. But yeah. This speech has made it extremely fucking clear that this is just, again, another cope excuse from the President of the United States to essentially be like, well, woe is me, everything is against me, pass the Save America Act so I can keep cheating in elections. That's it. That's literally all that this speech ultimately fucking amounts to. He's just still mad about 2020. He wants his precious little fucking bill to be passed. That's incredibly unpopular and still does not have the votes to fucking pass. Hope and fucking seethe about that, Trump. And he just wants to continue being a salty little bitch. Yeah, I think that's pretty much a decent overall summary here of Trump's whole fucking behavior and actions in terms of this speech. Sure, we'll call it a speech. Wasn't really a fucking speech. It's dumb, it's stupid, and it's the same salty bullshit from all these same salty, annoying, salty motherfuckers that call themselves fucking politicians. And Donald Trump, the Republican Party, and the rest. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice. Water. I love water. Man, that was a really stupid fucking goddamn speech. That was pretty dumb. Meanwhile, I'm building a power plant. Oh boy. Oh man, that was a really dumb fucking speech, dude. And a colossal waste of fucking time. Because it's always the same fucking shit. Woe is me, everyone cheated. It was China. It was BLM. It was all China, even though, like, again, this is already shit that's been assessed and taken a look at by the quote-unquote intelligence community. Like, they already knew. It's like, nah, it wasn't China. Bro, literally just, unironically, it's Tylenol Autism 2.0. No, I'll fucking... I'm gonna fucking write a tweet about that, to be honest. Alright. Lovely. Okay, we'll put down another fucking cooling platform. Okay, so turbines. The turbines make the steam, the low pressure, the cooled steam that needs to also be vented. Haha, susi amugus. Amugus. That shit also needs to be fucking vented. Those are all 150 per. Or rather, no, the CO2 is all 150. Each one of these shitters produces about 30. Yeah, 30 per minute. I have 16 of these. That's 480. We need 4 of these. Quick maths. Quick fucking maths. Whereas with the steam, these are direct one-to-one inputs. We know that these consume 60 per minute of high pressure steam and produce 60 per minute of low pressure steam, which needs to get vented. There's 16 of these, it's 960. Each one of the steam cooling towers does about 300. So that's another 4 that we need. I could remove one of these rows and make the numbers all clean. But then it makes the water ratios not as nice. So, do I want nicer water ratios or cooling ratios? I'm going with the water ratios because it means I get to have an extra row of power plants. So, yeah. A sacrifice I am willing to make. In my eternal magnanimous sort of, well, the ways. So these are going to be for the steam cooling. I have room to push these forward. Well, if we had all this stuff blueprinted, that's a way around it, but... we don't, but whatever. It works, so... It's just that this particular mod is much more complex a lot of stuff that's necessary, but we get way more power out of it. So that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Alright, that's a CO2 chimneys. I want to at least get one of these rows working. Cool. A foundation that's half the size. That's very interesting. Alright, that's that done. Let's look at the wall outlets out of the way. actually curious. How does daisy chaining work? Oh, it's not the Caterium tree? The fuck? It's here. Okay. Okay, that's those power lines hooked up. All right, Dunsky. Now, as for the most important bit, it's going to be the water. Each one of these things in terms of water consumption, I believe, is 45 per minute. 45 cubic meters. Because the ratio is one power sharded extractor, which is one power shard, can feed 4 of these things. Which is definitely what we're going to do. Well, the pipeline infrastructure is going to be on top here. We're going to have to do some finagling to make it work, but we'll make it work. Of course, I have to figure out also how I'm going to bring all of the water to the back sort of plants, but we could do some funny shenanigans with the pipe logistics. Infinity 2. Want to talk about Ethan Klein. What about Ethan Klein? What is there to talk about Ethan Klein? It's pretty much, he's pretty much cooked. It's over for him. Is that not perfectly aligned? What do I think about Ethan's support for Israel and defamation lawsuit against Noah Samson? Bad and bad. Both are bad? Yeah, both are bad. I mean, the defamation law, it doesn't matter about the defamation lawsuit that Ethan Klein has against Noah Samson, because that shit's just been lay dropped. It's over. It's over for him. It's over for Ethan. He lost. It's over. He lost the lawsuit. Folks, let me tell you. Because he wasn't going to win. He saw Noah Samson was about to do the anti-slap lawsuit. The anti-slap suit. And as a result, he got cold feet. And then he didn't commit. Because he knew his dumbass was gonna get owned. And he knows that nobody fucking likes him. Just crazy he tried. True. Well, I mean, you know, if you're someone with a lot of money and very few friends deciding to go on a dumbass crash out because of a set of incredibly idiotic parasocial freaks in DGG, then you too would probably be willing to, I don't know, do lawsuits at this end or to this extent, because that's really because that's really the main people who incentivized all of this, and that should never be forgotten at any point in time. It was Destiny and DGG who are the main catalysts behind this behavior by Ethan Klein, more than likely. So, like, we shouldn't be surprised with that whatsoever. What is with me in attracting all of these damn car junkies? Like, I have, like, 3 mini drivers in my fucking goddamn community somehow. How do I do this? It's because I'm racist? That's true. It's because I do too much critical racist theory. That's true. Thank you, Points Mini. Wacky, wacky guy. Me. I'm a silly guy. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, he sued saying Noah was defaming him, calling him a genocide supporter. Which he is, but yeah, I hate Destiny. Based! Then you're gonna be liked here, because I also fucking hate Destiny. 07. A fellow Epstein hater. Yes, we love our Epstein haters. Because, I mean, it's fairly obvious, right? Like, Icarus Bath and a bunch of other DGGers are, like, the main weird super fans who basically incentivized Ethan to fucking crash out in the way that he did. Because, again, like, Destiny doesn't care about friendships. He's a sociopath. He just wants to use people, whatever he can use as a weapon in order to carry out his spiteful vendetta against Hassan, which he mostly created. Like, he failed to get the monopolization of Twitch pull that he wanted around himself and his orbit. Hassan decided to try to do his own thing as a byproduct. Destiny got mad about it, and as a result decided to lash out instead of being like a normal human being about it. So, yeah. That's like the most TLDR version for all of this. Now, you may be wondering, well, Daho, how the fuck do you have all this forbidden knowledge? I was literally there when the breakup fucking happened over Kamala Harris's truancy policy, which I'm sure Destiny really, really cares about. Okay, bro. Nice meme. Nice try, Epstein. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. Just deleted what I typed because you just said exactly how I feel about it. Lol. I mean, you know, I was there the whole time. I know exactly what it is. Like, Destiny can fucking lie and bluster, and all of his like simps and sycophants can say whatever the fuck they want about it. I was literally there. I was in chat when it happened. In fucking 2019. Became a Hassan fan through Leftovers. That was a good podcast. It was a good podcast. It was a goofy, doopy little fucking podcast, you know? I've, like, basically moved on from Hassan. Like, you know, I just do my own thing, yada, yada, yada. But, like, honestly, the only reason why I defend Hassan in the ways that I do, not that he really needs me to defend him, to be honest, but, like, here's the thing. It's all about the hysterics, right? It's just fucking stupid. Like, these people are stupid, they are incredibly neurotic freaks, and I hate them. That's what I do. Like, a lot of people, they generally, they wonder, like, why the fuck do you defend Hassan? Why are you such a Hassan simp? It's like, oh, no, you misunderstand. I'm not doing this because I'm a simp. I do this because I hate you people. There's a difference. Massive fucking difference. I do this because of my own hatred of you people. Like, I don't think you people deserve mercy or sympathy or anything good in your lives, and deserve absolutely zero fucking mercy. And I will never show mercy. For these people deserve none. Daho, you're being edgy again. Many such cases. But, like, listen, I mean, like, if you were an enjoyer of leftovers, I like, you know, you don't have to feel, like, bad about it. I mean, it is what it is, you know. It was a silly little show, and I thought it was fine for it being, like, a silly little show. I thought it was, like, fine as just a silly, like, two silly guys talk about silly stuff with a bunch of silly people. Yeah, like, and that was, like, fine for what it was, right? Like, it is what it is, right? Same, except I also love Hassan. That's fair. That's true. We are also live on Twitch. This is true. Oh, you were far right, and you decided to become more left-leaning. Gotcha. We love people who convert. Even though, like, the you know, the project of de-radicalization is, like, basically dead, and it's mostly, like, very annoying Marxist-Leninists who killed it, but whatever, that's a differing story in a differing time. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Is what it is. Oh yeah, you can hang out on YouTube, and you can hang out on Twitch, doesn't matter, you know. Listen, as an East European, I have very little love for the Marxist-Leninist. Very, very little love. As a humble East European. The most humble of East Europeans, some say. Okay, so that should cut off all of this. Production 100. The two shitters are not connected to one another. Cut that off. Cut those off. Stick them there. That should be 240. Perfect. Okay, so get rid of all of this bullshit. I want to at least get one row working. I was mega MAGA. I'm obsessed with Christianity. Studied my beliefs through literature. Realized so many fallacies in religions and simplicity of socialism. And now I'm a full-on socialist. Lol. You know, everyone's got their stories and whatnot. That's cool. Wicked. Let me tell you, folks. Boy Meets Smitty is still a, you know, a practicing Christian. W. Sim racing people. That's also a bunch of people that we do have who tend to be chatters in Twitch for whatever reason as well. I don't know what it is with me, but I get all the like sim racers and the other various individuals. Very, very often not very related to a lot of the shit that I talk about. It's very funny. Is my inventory full? My inventory is full. I don't know what the fuck. What's in here? Oh boy, we love our atheists, folks, don't we? Alright. Make some room. Lost 18 pounds. 9 months of 80 hours a week. Jesus. That's crazy. I could not work 80 hours a week. I'd rather die. Well, clearly, Daho, that's why you don't deserve a job. Because you don't have the hustle in you. It's like, okay, man, totally. Daho, you need to have hustle. You have to have heart. It's like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Okay, so the good thing about this setup is I need significantly less water extractors. Which is nice. And that's one. Ah, you were studying for 80 hours. You had no jobs doing side gigs, eating rice. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Better, Alex, but it's still shit. I went outside. It's still smoky and everything. Shit tastes like smoke. Still not good. It's not good. Still bad. Not good. Gotcha, Infinity. It's horrible here in Chicago. Listen, Alex, we still have not gotten our South Side of Chicago crime report. What's going on here? Is Boy Meets Mini gonna have to kick some espers? Boy Meets Mini, you must be ready to kick espers at any point in time. At a drop of a hat. You know what? Just because you said that, Alex, Boy Meets Mini, kick the espers. More viewers on Twitch? Well, it's not that. I prefer the, I've always been a Twitch guy. Always. I've been using Twitch and on the platform of Twitch since before it was even Twitch. Back during the days of Justin TV. So when I say I'm an old head, I'm an old head. I'm old. I'm a boomer, okay? I remember the days of R9K mode and shit like that. You're talking with, basically, like, Twitch, I was gonna say royalty. That's not accurate to say. But basically, like, hello, kiddies. I'm an old man. That's what I am. You know, like the fucking SpongeBob meme. The fuck are you complaining about? Oh, whatever. What did Automod fucking ban? What the hell are you talking about? You know what? Actually, I want Automod to make all comedy illegal just for you, Alex. Daho, why are you acting in this way against loyal viewers of yours? Why would you do this? Because obviously I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm on the left, so therefore I'm evil. That's how that works, right, folks? That's how that works. Let me tell you, folks, I'm automatically evil. I'm so bad. Well, time to create some semblance of a logistics floor. Somewhat. Oh, I'm playing a game called Satisfactory. It's a factory automation game, a 3D factory automation game. I'm essentially building a power plant, a big old facility. Let's just say I have been building a big old project of infrastructure in order to, well, make my factory work and make a bunch of products. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, what the hell are you going to do with all these products? And I say, nothing. Don't worry about it. Smile. Smile. Don't ask any questions that you're not going to like the answers to. But yeah, I'm playing a factory automation game, basically. I do like Factorio better. But this game's pretty good, too. That should be enough. Of course, my life would be way easier if I had jetpacks and a bunch of other shit, but I don't. I, too, am also acting with sheer hubris. That's a little annoying that it's right next to this fucking thing. Oh, I know that game exactly. Adventure Capitalist. And the communist version of it. God, that shit's it's so silly. That thing I've seen ads for it. They're so silly. You must make potato in Adventure Communist in order to be able to start a great Soviet empire. It's like, yo, sick. We're making potatoes. Let's go, dude. It's kind of like this in a way, no. Kind of. But this is a lot more involved, I would say. Lot more, you need to manually plot out all the logistics, take care of byproducts, to figure out mechanisms to have essentially a well-oiled machine. A lot of the AFK sort of games take out a lot of those elements and make it less involved because it'd be boring. But I guess, like, in terms of, like, the AFK-ness for, like, factory automation games, it's not as prominent within them. Yes, Factorio is basically software engineering. There's a very, very good video about how Factorio is basically software engineering. Which means because I play so much Factorio means I should be an expert software engineer. That's how that works, right? Right? Yo, Boy Meets Mini, yo, hook me up, bro. Hook me up with a software engineering job, right? Now, Infinity 2. Now, would you believe that if I told you that Factorio was inspired by Minecraft mods? Now, would you believe that? Maybe not this game. This game more than likely got inspired by Factorio. Okay. I wonder. Might be shit, my software engineering knowledge leaks into my redstone heavily. Yeah, you probably would need a bunch of, knowledge in order to make, good redstone setups. One would assume. Okay, this is not working. My cheese is not working. I've been defeated. So we're gonna go with plan B. This. But I will not be defeated by you, game. For I have a brain. I'm a smart man. Allegedly. And my genius is won out in the day. You have a good night, Infinity. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so all that's left to do is to kickstart those things. We're gonna need quite a few pumps, I think, for this shitter to work, Boy Meets Mini. Methinks. Probably. But not just for that, but for, the rest of it. Yo, let's go curve. Ugh. All right, that goes there. Maybe the pipeline holes being on the side of the building is not exactly advisable. I don't think so. But where else am I going to fit them? Space is a bit tight in here. Give myself plenty of room over here. I think I might have to just get rid of the entire wall and just extend the floor by 1. To make my life a little easier. Why the fuck do I have these 2 things of coal in my inventory? Get that shit the fuck out of here. Alright. Walls dismantled. Time to fucking reassemble them. That should make everything that I want work to be able to work more easily. Hopefully. With less pipes. Or with less whatever the fuck. Son of a bitch. Okay. Back to the walls. Like Tim? Haha, funny. Okay. Ugh. That's all of that done. Might not be ideal to do it this way, but this is like the easiest way of doing this shit, so fuck it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this can't come up another one? That's annoying. This may have some issues with sloshing and water flow. Methinks. We went one too many. But it's not that big of a deal if we do have those problems, because we can always just overcompensate by producing more water. Compensate for the sloshing by making more water forehead. That's a way to potentially mitigate the problems. right. I think we may have to put pumps inside each of these to make sure that all these shitters do get the proper flow, I think. I think that's necessary. Because otherwise everything sloshes in there. I think that's, we have to do this. If we had the better pumps, this would not be a problem, but we don't. For now. Well, Daho, isn't this project of yours a little too ambitious? Yes, but when did it ever stop a man from trying? Alright, that's one more set of pipes. Lovely. Okay. Ultimately, the real question is how am I going to do this? Because we're going to have to do this exact same stuff on another fucking floor. And that's why we're going to make a secondary floor. So we can make a fuck ton of energy. I'll have to raise this all up by 1 level. That's fine. It's not hard. I'll really raise this up a little bit more. Enough so that, I don't know, the CO2 fucking chimneys don't get covered by the foundations. That should make the water situation much more simple. Huh? Random fucking thing of coal. All right. All right, do that. Wall hole. Shit goes like that. Pump. One thing that we're probably going to need, Boy Meets Mini, is quite a few pumps. Oh, I'm all too aware. Thank you. Dude, when in doubt, just make enough pumps, dumbass. Listen, it's worth. It'll be worth. It's worth. It's worth. Not like pumps are expensive anyways, so it's fine. Pumps are very cheap. Okay. Just 3 pumps. I mean, people have done, like, the whole, like, cross-map fucking pipeline networks and shit, and they just put pumps in the appropriate places. Yeah, it's fine. This is, like, a whatever. Okie dokie. If I can get 1 row working, I think I'll be happy. I need quick wire, son of a bitch. This is a pretty impressive looking facility. Daho, all you are doing is just building infrastructure. Get to the actual game, forehead. Okay. I'm mostly looking to test out here to see how the water goes. Head lift is fine there. You have no power. You now have power. Go. Head lift for you. It's fine. Coal's going up. Water hasn't gotten here yet. Water is starting to get here. Slowly but surely. There it is. You're going. Head lift here. $12 meters. It's fine. I think we're in business. I think we are in business. The only thing that needs to be taken care of is now all of the steam and the byproducts. Like the carbon dioxide. I think this is proof of concept. Boy meets Minnie. All that's left is the fuck-ass byproducts. Okay, all these shitters are now just completely full of carbon dioxide. We gotta fucking take care of that now. Just while you're not heating. Yes, you guys are just full. Stummy full of gas. Oh, tummy full. My tummy is full. It's time to no longer have a full tummy. There we go. And these are the 4 shitters. This should be easy because it's just a gas, so it's like we're on top of them. Didn't make that far away enough. Okie dokie. Okay, so that's that done. Lovely, perfect, fantastic. And now you're producing steam. And you're also producing steam as well. Lovely. It is all Jover for these things. All that's left is to just get the byproducts for this shit done. One, two. Okay, that should be that. $150, 10,000 RPM, and it's working like a perfectly well-oiled machine. Just like that. The same thing one more time. The AQI dropped from 650 to 378. Yay. Nice. Air quality index is improving. I think it was like 550 here or something. I could be wrong. I'm not sure exactly what it was, though. But it was pretty shit up here. In, like, Toronto. I didn't check what it was specifically for where I live. But it was not great. In Toronto, I think it was 550. It was bad. And I assume it's probably going to be about the same metric as it was for Toronto as for here, because I do live not that far away from Toronto. I know that Dougie was like soy pogging out for all the work that the firefighters are doing and shit, and it's just like, brother, you literally cut all their funding, or cut a ton of their funding. You have like no place to talk about any of this stuff, but whatever. It's standard fucking Dougie. Doug. Yeah, Ford. Big Doug. Big Dougster himself cut a bunch of funding for firefighting, forest fires. Asshole. Yup. Most certainly is. Then a big ass forest fire hits the province, and we're caught with our pants down. Then again, Dougie has been basically just trying to destroy every single public service that exists within this fucking infernal province. And people wonder why everyone hates him. Oh, that's why. Nurses fucking hate his guts. Especially, teachers hate his guts. Because he's just been cutting all of their funding for educational programs and whatnot. Everybody fucking hates him. Yeah, Infernal Province now, literally infernal. I mean, you know. Sometimes the metaphor is literal. Sometimes. Okay. Water input is ready for the next. can I just fit this? Yes, I most certainly can. Clearly, your grandma is trying to rig the elections, Alex. What do you mean? Why would you say that, Alex? I'm gonna have to deport you now. You're deported. I'm gonna deport you now. Yeah, those dang Mexicans. I mean, what? No, I love Mexico. I love Cinco de Mayo. All right. That should be another one. There we go. Pump's going. With just enough on the head lift. $19.7. That's what we call precise. Look at that head lift, boy meets mini. Now that's what we call very precise. Calculated even. Alright, that should be about 1200 megawatts then. Yep, there's all of the turbines spinning up. Like so. 10,000 RPM. Should be 10,000 RPM on all of them. And all of the byproduct is taken care of. Lovely. Yes, this refined power mod does look very... I mean, you know, you'll have some glitchy textures like this, but whatever. Who cares? Turbines are looking great, though. And these are only the Mark 1 stuff. There's higher tier stuff, I think. But we'll get to that when we get to that. The real annoying challenge is going to have to be for the secondary floor. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do for that, but I'll have to think of something. can't shoot this thing because I don't have any ammo on me. God damn it. Get. Go on and get. That's why we've made the change. Saves on extractors. It's more coal efficient. They're just better. This, modded thing. It's just better. It's more complicated, yes. But it is, period, end of story, just better. Probably going to put the wall segment there. Windows so I can see my pipeline throughput. And then cover the rest of this in walls, I think. And for the exterior of the building. Can't believe that Daho's turning into a fucking architectural designer. Yeah, this is not the factory. This is the power plant. To power the factory. And since it's modded stuff, it's more involved. Huh. Generally speaking. It's not difficult, there's just more moving parts. But the result is way more efficient than what I had before, so it's worth it. How many data centers am I building? Data centers. I don't know what those are. I'm not playing the AI modded planet Moshine in Factorio. That one had actual, like, well, not data centers, but it had training centers for AI. They had a really good animation as well. There's a game called Tunnet, where you build networks through a buried facility you excavate. That's interesting. I think I might only do one more segment. Oh, what time is it actually? It's 3 in the morning. We'll do the JD Vance Joe Rogan thing and then call it. I've been too distracted with getting this power plant working because it's finally, we've gotten to the point where it's like, all right, Now we're finally putting the pieces together. Because everything's just been about infrastructure, 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 infrastructure. But it's important. Yeah, JD Vance, you need to convert thy wife. Or deported. Bro, it's emo JD Vance. Unfortunate that the pipe has to be kind of placed there, which means I need a pump immediately. But since it's going to go downhill, it's fine. That's fine. The harder challenge is going to be the ones that are further away, Boy Meets Mini, because how the fuck am I going to get the water there? I mean, it's going to be pretty much the same thing, with just more pumps. Well, the sun is out and I can see. Oh, I did not have to build that one out that far. And that's you functioning. Now for the final four. Against Susan Collins. Is that the two the Democrats decided to go with? Did they were they being bastards or what? Or is it still some like tomfoolery primary or something? What's going on exactly with that? For how long? God damn it. Delegate conventions on July 25th. We'll see how that goes. I still have very little trust for the Democrats in general. I still think they're going to do some rat fuckery. Because the Democrats always do rat fuckery. At any opportunity they can get. especially against progressive candidates, because they've made it very clear that they're not willing or interested in learning any of the lessons that lost them in 2024. But I don't need to. You don't need me to say that again. We already know. Calculator on the head lift again? That's not ideal. Hmm. I think I am off by like one tile or something, which is very annoying. Engineer and activist fasting for 19 days. It's a long time to fast. That's a long time to fast. The fuck is the exam scandal? The CJP. That's funny. They're doing a little bit of trolling. That's what you're telling me right now, Boy Meets Minnie. They're doing a little bit of trolling. Oh, no, that's not the contention I would have had. I would expect for them to not like Asmongold. I think I made this fit. I think. Although, funnily enough, you want to know something funny that happened? I think Notch said he hates AI. So I thought that was pretty funny. Heartwarming. One of the worst people on the planet made a good point. Very funny. And there's the other turbines coming on. That's 2,500 megawatts. And the pipes are looking pretty clean, I have to say. And the steam ones especially, because they are tight. Very, very tight on those, so that's good. Lovely. Well, that's part 1 of 4. Yeah, we gotta make another 3 of those, basically. But with the first one done, the others should not take anywhere near as long. The only problem is going to be, and what needs to be thought about, is how on earth am I going to get the water to here? that's going to be a bit of a challenge. I could just do 2 holes here and just like bring them over this way on the ceiling here. And then when I make the inevitable additional one on the top, I just have to make another logistics floor. Is going to be the plan. Because really that's the biggest challenge with all of these, is just bringing in the water. The water is the problem. And we are evened out around 206. 2,600. I'm just a little curious. Why am I fluctuating a little bit? It's not like I have any wind turbines or anything. I don't think so. Yeah, 50. 50. All right. $50. $50. And the other 2 should be 20. And 20. Interesting. Yeah, why did it dip a little? Yeah. It's this segment that's having problems. Steam is fine, we're just not getting enough water. And why are we not getting enough water? Something's probably sloshing somewhere. Or something might not have enough headroom. Might have too much head lift. Nope, you're fine. There's the problem. It could also just be the floor hole being stupid. Or the pump being dumb. Yeah, that should not be 130. That should be like 200 plus. That's what all the other ones are saying. 180. That one is saying 130. Oh, 240. Always hate fixing these fucking problems. Yeah, this all could just come down to the game just being fucking stupid and annoying. Yeah, I think this is I think this might just be the game kind of being a little cheese with the water. Because that one should be fine. I don't know why it behaves in this way. Fuck, it's 3:30. I'll figure this out later. I think I might just go to bed. Save all the stuff I had for tomorrow. Maybe. Oh yeah, we've definitely taken a peep at that, for sure. That was pretty wild. Spent too long trying to troubleshoot. Hate that for me. Okay. Man, all the dumbass conservatives are coming out of the woodwork to soy pog out about, oh, dude, look at Hassan Piker getting paid by China to spread propaganda, and it's just like, sure, man. Bro, I wish I was getting paid by China for this shit. I got fucking the bills to pay and all this fucking bullshit. Like, Jesus. Fuck this shit, man. Anywho. Let's get started with this shit. Yeah, wasn't his take saying it was basically cringe? I would assume that Linus Torvalds, the guy who made Linux, is probably not a big fan of vibe coding, if I were to take a guess. He is probably not a fan. But that's just my guess. Anywho. I think we'll have to leave diarrhea Parasite for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll leave diarrhea Parasite for tomorrow, I think. Fucking saying that shit is so stupid. Yeah, we'll leave the diarrhea Parasite for later. The poop outbreak in the United States of America. That's what happens when I troubleshoot power plant for too long. They should call it the RFK diarrhea Parasite. That's true. Alright, let's get started. Sentiments amongst the Democrats for Israel seems to be turning more and more and more against Israel, which is a good outcome. Now, there was an amendment to a bill for Thomas Massey for... I'm trying to remember exactly what it was precisely. Some bill going through the House, an amendment for it, House floor voted on it, and obviously the measure was defeated, 314 to 104, with Thomas Massey being the only Republican who said yay, or yes, of course. And look at these numbers. 10 present, 4 not voting, 103 Democrats saying yes, with 98 saying no, which is very fascinating. You know, cleaning up here by Ryan Grimm. But this is significant, right? It was, I think, last year, where, and we talked about this before, but last year in the Senate, when there was an aid package going for to Israel, and Bernie Sanders made an amendment to a bill, or it was Bernie Sanders' bill to cut off aid to Israel. That was a vote of 27 to 20 Democrats within the Senate. And even some interesting people were voting in favor of Bernie Sanders' amendment. I think it was like John Ossoff, But he's been, I mean, he's probably angling to try to talk to run for the presidency, and he understands that it's kind of bad, actually, guys. So that's probably an angle he's going to take for his run. I think even Elisa Slotkin voted for Bernie Sanders' bill, which I found to be interesting, that, you know, the dumb fuck CIA stooge. But I think it was Slotkin. I think. It's been a long time. I don't exactly remember. I have an article pulled up about this. I could double check. But I think she even voted for this, which was surprising, because she was like, you know, Schumer's next hand-picked, like, moderate superstar or whatever. She sucks. Should go really without saying, but doesn't really matter. The more overall point here that we need to focus on is the fact that sentiments against Israel is shifting significantly against, well, you know, the apartheid state. It turns out people really don't like apartheid. People don't like fascism. People don't like the actions of Israel. Shocker, I know. Radical thing to be putting out there in the world. But I think some of the more interesting things here is some of the people who voted for this bill specifically. Yeah, the fact that it is a majority is quite big. And I'm highlighting it right now. And I know you can see it, Boy Meets Mini, but Nancy Pelosi voted for Thomas Massey's amendment. Very, very, very interesting. Most of the other names here are about what you would expect. Ro Khanna, Summer Lee, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, blah, 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 blah. The most interesting one here is, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, I guess she's like a Houthi supporter or a Hamas supporter now or something. And I'm going to probably guess the main reasoning why she is voting in favor of this. Nancy Pelosi, in terms of her political acumen, is very shrewd. Very, very shrewd. She knows how to play politics. And unlike the Democrats, I do think she actually does have contempt for the Republican Party, considering her whole story and whatnot. She actually does not like the Republicans, and is actually very good at playing politics and placating certain factions of the party. When she was House Speaker and leader of the Democratic Party, in terms of her political ability to essentially curtail the actions of the squad, she was highly, highly effective. Evil, but very, very effective, of course. In comparison to that of Hakeem Jeffries, who obviously voted for the amendment, and nobody really gives much of a flying fuck about Hakeem Jeffries. He is extremely, extremely weak and fucking pathetic in comparison to that of Nancy Pelosi, which I find to be really funny as to why Nancy Pelosi ended up choosing him as her successor, hand-picked and groomed fucking successor for the position of House Leader for the Democrats. I find that to be particularly funny. I am blocking some of the names. I should move my dumb ass out of the way. There we go. But all the usual suspects are here about what was expected. It's pretty good that it is now in the majority amongst the Democratic caucus for voting against cutting off aid to Israel. Of course, it would be a cutting off about $3.3 billion worth of aid to Israel. It's not perfect, but hey, it's better than nothing. It's a signal and a showing that the tides are turning against Israel. It turns out people really don't like them for various reasons. It's not because of Palestinian emancipation, although for all the progressive members it's going to be for a Palestinian emancipation specifically, but so for some of them it's just pure politics, and I think that's definitely the case for Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi understands that Israel amongst the Democratic constituency is extremely unpopular, and she wants to be the Democratic Party to be effective politically. Too bad the rest of the political establishment within the Democrats don't seem to really agree with that whatsoever. But here, I mean, this is just solidify the sort of like general trend here. But this happened about a year ago. This was about Bernie Sanders's amendment or attempt to try to stop giving weapons to Israel. Of course, 19 Senate Democrats vote to keep arming Israel. Of course, it was a bill, for example, that was defeated 27 to 70 with about 19 Democrats joining Republicans to block the measure. And here is the list of those exact Democrats. I was correct. Yeah, fucking Elisa Slotkin did vote for the bill from Bernie Sanders, which, yeah, okay, yeah, she did. But, all these guys are all a bunch of old losers, fucking dumbass, probably dumbasses who are probably going to lose their seats. I mean, Chuck Schumer's definitely going to fucking lose his seat. I don't think he's long for this world, metaphorically speaking. Same with John Fetterman, but that fucking ogre over there is essentially like not long for this world in his seat, for lack of a better term. He's not going to be holding that for much longer. But it's a general trend that we're mostly seeing here, which I think is positive amongst the Democratic Party. They're finally, after how much pressure and how long, and how many elections that they're going to lose, they're finally responding to the fact that that Israel is actually as unpopular as it is amongst their constituency. John Ossoff did vote against this bill. I guess I was wrong. I thought he voted for it. Whatever. I know that there's like some weird fuck shit that happened with this bill where some of these senators voted for, I think, what is it? To not send like 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, but they were okay with sending small arms to Israel or something. I don't know. It's very stupid and fucking weird, but whatever. But it is good to see overall that after this long, the Democrats are starting to actually respond to the will of their constituency and seeing that, yeah, actually sending arms to Israel is kind of bad. Now, could we make the argument that this is them just going along with the political winds and that there's no actual principle to it? Yes, absolutely. You can definitely make that argument, and I am definitely partial to that for sure. But the fact that the political winds are heading in that direction and people are responding accordingly should basically say something. But we talked about John Fetterman, but here he is basically saying that he's threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel. Good. I mean, you're not even a fucking goddamn Democrat. You're a Democrat in name only, little bro. So if this like stupid ogre decides to leave, then okay, bye. Sure, man. See ya. Like, yeah, it's like the Piers Morgan meme, Alex, where it's just like, oh no. Anyway, yeah, and then it's just like move on. It's basically that.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
That's my red line in the Democratic Party. Look at the people that are winning these primaries right now. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I am deeply anti-Israel.
I don't know, John. I know that your brain is basically cooked and it barely functions. You might want to take a look at the fucking polling amongst Democrats, because you pretend to be a Democrat. Might want to take a look at the polling there, buddy. It turns out that polling would say that the constituency of the Democratic Party doesn't actually like Israel that much. So you seem to be the one that's completely out of lockstep with your fucking constituency and party, for as much as you like to pretend to call yourself a Democrat, even though you vote with Republicans most of the time. Like, it's fucking stupid. John Fetterman's a ridiculous ogre. Who cares? Just make fun of him for being like a brain-cooked fucking moron. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? A majority of Democrats, both within the House and the Senate, are now signaling support to stop sending, aid to Israel, which is a positive fucking development. It means the pressure is working, and the general outcries of their constituents saying that, hey, actually, sending arms to Israel is not really a good thing. Like, actually, maybe we should stop doing that. It's not actually that good of an idea to keep constantly supporting ethnic cleansing and genocide within the Middle East for an extremely unpopular pariah state that essentially is dragging down the United States down the metaphorical sort of, I don't know, packed rabbit hole of supporting of ethnic cleansing within the Middle East. For what purpose exactly? Well, they just want that sweet military industrial complex bucks and AI security bucks. That's purely the reasoning for as to why they're doing this. But this is a positive change to see that more and more Democrats within power are coming out against the rogue terror state known as Israel within the Middle East. Oh yeah, I should have said. Don't think there's like really much else to say besides that. Brain had a fart there for a second. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, those Mamdani clones in Congress. There's just so many of them. I wouldn't call them clones exactly, but there's a couple more of them that are coming. Anywho. Let's get started with this now, shall we? Oh, you're being sarcastic about what Fetterman said. Oh. Well, you know what? Fuck you, Deb. Got him? Got him. Got him, folks. I'm very funny. Yes, we're making more more Emmy Roo fans mad. Let's go. More of them are getting mad. Very based and very cool. Anywho. So, the vice president decided to go on the Joe Rogan experience. Now, why would he do that, you may ask? Well, should be extremely obvious. J.D. Vance is currently one of the hopefuls within the Republican primary for 2028. Why? I mean, who the fuck else is going to be besides him or Marco Rubio? Because Trump's not... His dumbass is not going to run for a third term. As much as people like to say, oh, Trump's going to get a third term, looking at you, Professor Jung, with your dumbass fucking predictions, saying he's going to get a third term, he's going to be too old and his brain is going to be too absolutely fucking cooked. There's no way that's happening. But J.D. Vance is one of the hopefuls, and he started taking a bit of a nosedive in the polls for his hopeful run in 2028. Losing out to Marco Rubio, because it turns out people who just bootleg Trump, yeah, it turns out people are not actually big fans of that. And Marco Rubio is gaining significantly in the polls for that. And so as a byproduct, J.D. Vance decided to do a little bit of a pivot where he started to become a lot more critical of Israel. Not in like for a Palestinian emancipatory sense, but you know, the more sort of like America first, like isolationist perspective and whatnot. Calling like Benjamin Netanyahu basically a piece of shit, and like, why the fuck are we giving so much aid to Israel and whatnot. He's angling for a constituency which is emerging within the Republican Party, and that is the quote-unquote anti-war constituency. And the sort of like angle that Tucker Carlson is basically taking as well. So he's going to try to be the new anti-war voice within the Republicans, and he's probably going to try to appeal to a lot of younger Republicans and their sensibilities for as to why they don't really like any of the actions of Israel, and it's mostly because they're just sending too much money to them, and it's anti-Semitic reasons for the most part. Not because they actually care about Palestinian emancipation. These motherfuckers could give less of a flying fuck about that. But here, in terms of the Joe Rogan experience, we're not going to go through the whole thing. We're just going to mostly go through a bunch of clips and whatnot. But here's Joe Rogan and JD Vance talking about stealing the 2020 election, thinking that, or rather, Joe Rogan is accusing the Democrats of stealing the election. Or I don't even know which election he's talking about. I mean, this is not exactly from this like dumbass like Charlie Kirk simp over here. He's not exactly outlining like which election is stolen. I'm assuming it's the 2020 election. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Joe Rogan is just a simp to the Republican Party. He'll do anything to fucking suck them off. He knows who butters his fucking goddamn bread. So he'll just say anything to appease Trump and appease all the sycophants around him and whatnot. But here, what do we have here?
Well, it's just very disheartening that you have to consider the fact that it's really possible that the elections get stolen. And the California one was a big one for me.
And why not just have...
Oh. Okay, he's talking about Spencer fucking Pratt. Dog, like, literally, the Supreme Court already ruled on this, saying that, yep, mail-in ballots that come in after that still need to be fucking counted, so long as they were mailed during the day on the deadline, and they just come in late, they can still be counted. That's just democracy. You can cope and seethe. Listen, okay, here's the thing. Okay, you want a solution to this problem? All right, here's a solution. Fund the U.S. Postal Service. They're the ones that handle the ballots, if I recall correctly, for the Americans in chat, of course. If you want to have that not be an issue anymore, okay, fund the Postal Service more so they have more resources in order to be able to more quickly mail in those ballots for, Election Day. Wow, look at that. And then they can be counted on Election Day. Whoa, look at that. Very, very cool. And even if it were to take that long after, like, Election Day, because we're talking about California here. California is a massive state. LA is a massive city with millions upon millions of people in it. Millions upon millions of people who also vote, but whatever. It's going to take some time for the fucking ballots to be counted. Like, that's just how it is. It takes time to count things. But, I don't know, conservatives don't understand that for some reason.
Mail-in, or why not just have voter ID?
Yeah, that's insane. Not only did they not have voter ID, you can't show...
Mail-in ballots and voter ID are like, completely incongruent with one another. They have, like, no correlation at all. Like, do you think... that voter ID is going to incentivize more people to vote in person? Like, why would it? People have to work. If you want to incentivize people to vote in person, okay, then have a day off for people to be able to go and vote. Okay, you could just do that and have the states fucking regulate that based off of their primaries and whatnot. If you want to have people to have to go in to use their voter ID to have proof of fucking citizenship. Right, like, it's just fucking stupid. And even then, not everyone's going to go out and, with their voter ID to go out and fucking vote in person anyways. There's disabled people, there's elderly people, there's people overseas, blah, 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 blah. Like, the problem is not with mail-in ballots. It's just, this is a dumb fucking equivocation from these idiots.
Show your ID. You're not allowed to show your ID.
You can, in fact, be, like, prosecuted if you try to force somebody to show their
ID. Which is, seems like you want people to cheat.
Exactly.
And this is from the same people that were saying you have to have an ID that shows you've been vaccinated just 4 years ago.
To go to grocery shopping or to go to a restaurant. Yeah, no, it's definitely...
Of course, this fucking stupid dipshit, Joe Rogan, still has to complain about the vaccines. Keep in mind, Joe Rogan, when he was having guests during COVID, was like the biggest germaphobe neat freak during that time. Like, again, complete fucking utter hypocrisy from Joe Rogan. We should really not really expect that whatsoever. At the end of the day, they just want, they don't want people voting. Well, that's what it actually is in reality, Alex Royfoss, right? But whatever. We should not be really surprised by this behavior from all these fucking morons.
That's the part about it that I think makes most people of my political persuasion skeptical of what the Democrats are doing. Like, if you don't want to cheat in the election, then just make everybody actually show an ID. What another thing people don't realize is...
Again, like, have you ever shown proof of the Democrats cheating within the elections? Like, where's the proof? They counted some ballots that came in later because it took time for the mail-in ballots to come in. Like, that's it? Okay, bro. Whatever.
I didn't realize until a couple years ago the voter ID solves a lot of the mail-in ballot problem, because if you have to show an ID in order to get a mail-in ballot, in order to actually, confirm that there's a real identification attached to that vote, that solves a big chunk of the problem.
This is just logic.
Who the fuck is going to check that? Is the mailman? What the fuck is this? This is so fucking stupid. Who's checking that? What, the mailman? Is the mailman going to check your fucking ID for your mail-in ballot? Like, how? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? This is what I mean. There is no correlation between voter ID and mail-in fucking ballots. It's stupid. It's nonsensical. It's just another barrier to entry to voting, which is what this stupid, like, pudgy doughboy over here actually supports. People not being able to vote. That's what it is.
Yes. Like, I'm not
every country does it.
I'm not skeptical. I'm accusing them. I think they stole the election.
Yes.
And
yes.
I think it's common. And this idea that elections can't be stolen. I always say to people, okay, do you think that the amount of election fraud is 0%? No one thinks that.
Yeah.
No one thinks it's zero.
Exactly.
The Cato Institute, unironically, has done a fucking study into this, where they took a look at the past 38 years of federal elections. What they find, about 40, a couple dozen, like I think it was about 40 instances of electoral fraud happening within the United States of America. During the past 38 years. That's about 19 fucking elections. So, it's one of those things where it's just like, fucking spare me it, man. Like, or honestly, it wouldn't be 19 fucking elections. I was just doing only midterms and federal elections. God knows how many fucking state, local elections have happened as well during those 38 years. And there's only been about 40 instances of electoral fraud. And again, the thing that these people like to complain about the most about, that's 2020. There were instances of electoral fraud being done by the Republicans when they were voting for their dead fucking parents. It's like, okay, dude, nice meme.
There's always some overzealous person that works somewhere that's doing something. There's always crazy people that are like, blue no matter who, we got to win, or red no matter what. There's always people, right and left, that are going to try to rig the election because they think it's imperative. Our neighborhood.
The enlightened centrist of Joe Rogan. Right or left, who are always going to be insane lunatics. Bro, like, you're literally glazing the fucking fascist right now. Like, shut the fuck up, Joe. Like, this is so fucking stupid, bro.
We saw there was people like Oprah Winfrey was saying it. Like, if we don't win this election, you may never vote again. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why?
Trump literally has the exact same fucking rhetoric. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, do you live under a rock? Trump has been consistently saying that if we don't win this election, folks, well, I won't be able to vote. We won't be able to vote anywhere. It's not going to be great, folks.
Who's going to tolerate that? Left
right.
or right? That's crazy.
That's right.
But that attitude allows people to justify cheating.
Correct.
And I think they cheat. And I think they've been doing it forever. And I don't think there's any other reason why you would have no voter ID. And they try to say, oh, it's racist to have voter ID. Like, what are you talking about? Do you think other races...
Yes, it is racist because the people that get most affected by it is going to be, fucking black people. Dumbass. That's why it's called racist. Because they are the ones who get most affected. And also... Again, guess who's not going to have the money to be able to get the voter ID? Oh, it's black people because they tend to be poorer. Whoa, shocker, I know.
Are incapable of going to the DMV? That's insane.
Yeah, that's racist. It's actually super racist.
That's really racist.
The implication of the argument is literally like blacks and Hispanics cannot go to the DMV to get an ID. By the way, if you look at the polling, black Americans are as pro-voter ID. Even though most black Americans vote Democrat, they're still pro-voter ID as much as white Americans is.
Most Americans are voter ID. They want voter ID except for operatives.
So I'll offer on the...
Again, the thing is that it depends on how that question is asked. Because if you say, do you think that you should show voter identification in order to be able to vote or have citizenship in order to be able to vote, literally every American is going to say yes to that. And then the Republicans are going to take that and be like, see, look at the bipartisan consensus here for voter ID. It's just like, well, you're stripping all the fucking context necessary for what the Save America Act is going to essentially be. So it's not exactly a honest question that you're asking here. This is... Again, you're being obtuse on purpose.
The Joe Rogan podcast, this deal as vice president of these United States, that if Democrats really don't think that there's any cheating, give us voter ID.
I just don't know
give
how
us voter
it's
ID,
not.
And we'll stop talking.
Why is that not a federal thing?
We are trying to make it a federal thing. So we are right now trying to pass the Save America Act. One of its main provisions is a requirement that you do voter ID. And we actually have, I think, a majority of the Senate that would support it. But this is just weird Senate procedural bullshit. There is a...
No, that's... okay, so JD Vance is lying here. John Thune has said that, no, we do not have the fucking votes, actually, because it's been brought on the floor multiple times, and there have not been enough votes each and every single time because it's an unpopular piece of legislation that's just not in the fucking Senate's priorities. So, yeah, JD Vance is lying here. They actually do not have the votes for this.
A subsegment of people who want voter ID, but
okay, but what? I mean, cuts off in a bit of a weird position here. So, like, I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where it's just like fucking cope and seethe. There's nothing your dumbass can really do about this. Like, yeah, it would not get past the fucking filibuster anyways. So, they don't have 60 votes. So there's that. They want to try to get rid of the filibuster, but you don't have 60 votes to get rid of the filibuster. So, again, I don't know how many times this has to be said. Ain't happening. Period. End of story. Like, it's just not on the fucking priority list right now for the for the Senate, because it's an unpopular piece of legislation that in reality nobody actually wants. Even though the Republicans will say, well, you know, we just want voter ID. Everyone says they want voter ID. It's just like, bro, not how that works. Again, because you strip all the context out of that question consistently. It's just not fucking honest. But here, we also have JD Vance talking about elements of the Israeli deep state and talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, obviously, so Joe Rogan has not been talking at all about the Epstein files at all for the on his podcast for whatever reason. And the reason for that is because he knows who butters his fucking goddamn bread. It's Donald Trump. So him not bringing up the Epstein files makes perfect fucking sense because, again, well, he's terrified of his fucking audience. He's terrified of losing the connections that he has to Trump. So he'll do everything possible to not lose that. And yes, I should have mentioned that earlier, Alex. You are correct. In theory, they don't need the 60 votes. That is true to remove the filibuster. They don't. They could remove it. The problem is that the Republicans love the filibuster because it means they don't have to do any work. And they don't have to take responsibility for the terrible bills they have to basically vote for. That's, in reality, that's probably the biggest reasons for as to why the Republicans like the filibuster. But I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein having connections to elements of the Israeli deep state. I mean, let me try that again. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, one of his girlfriends was Ghislaine Maxwell, and Ghislaine Maxwell's father was basically one step above Mossad in his sort of like official capacity. It's a little weird, but yeah, he was also in a official capacity. Yeah, a guy also above Mossad in terms of the pecking order. So he was pretty high up there in terms of Israeli intelligence.
Epstein seemed to be connected to the elements of the Israeli deep state that were left of center. Like, I've always found that fascinating.
What? Huh? Wait. Okay, hold on. Is Ehud Barak left of center? Question mark? What? What elements of the Israeli deep state are left of center? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, what does this mean? Like, like, honestly, like, what does that fucking mean? What elements of the I mean, there's the Liberal Party of within Israel. They have a Liberal Party, sure, but those guys agreed with the Greater Israel Project. So, like, what the fuck is this, dude? Yeah, and Jeffrey Epstein's connected to the leftist Jews within Israel or something. Like, no, this is a bunch of fucking hooey. It's nonsense. No, Jeffrey Epstein just was a go-between, and essentially like the main guy who maintains the perverted solidarity that all of the fucking billionaires have with one another, and that's having blackmail on each other just in case any of them step out of line. That's like the purpose of Jeffrey Epstein. And the reason why he has a bunch of intelligence connections is because he has connections with the CIA and also Mossad. This is just true. The reason for that is because of the fact that, well, intelligence agencies have an understanding, because their whole purpose is to maintain the security of the nation state, right? That's the purpose of an intelligence agency, to make sure that the nation state continues in its, well, pointless existence. And as a byproduct of that, what the intelligence agencies want is to basically have a way to keep billionaires in line. Now, why would the intelligence agencies want that? Because they understand that billionaires, especially if there's a lot of billionaires in positions of power and in, corporate positions and whatnot, they have the ability to bring a country's economy to its knees. A country's economy on its knees is not going to be able to properly defend itself, thus meaning the security apparatus, or rather the intelligence agency, is failing in its duty of making sure that the security of the state is being, well, maintained. And that's probably why a lot of these intelligence agencies have an interest in Jeffrey Epstein. It's pretty simple, actually.
It wasn't like he was super connected to the right of center of Israeli politics. America, he was connected across.
Like he wasn't he buddies with Ehud? Was Ehud Barak left of center? What? Ehud Barak? Is he? He was the leader of the Labor Party. What's the Labor Party? Or the Israel Democratic Party, established by Ehud Barak. What is its, like, political affiliation? Political spectrum. Like, where are they at? Ideological successors. Center left to left wing of the Israeli political spectrum. Israeli political spectrum. Yeah, considering how far right Israel is in terms of its policy prescriptions, I don't think there's actually a quote unquote like Israeli left. It's a little fucking weird. So center left to left wing. Okay, bro. Sure. That's really fucking weird. When was Ehud Barak prime minister of Israel? When was he again? 1990 to 2001. So he was there during Oslo. Okay. So he was there during Oslo. Is he exactly like, I don't know, a reliable, like, would he still basically bomb Palestinians and do October 7th? Probably. Because there's no really like left-wing presence within Israel. It's just like non-fucking existent. Well, yes, technically speaking, okay, it's a little weird with the history. A lot of like the Jewish nationalists within Europe all used to be like left-leaning and some flavor of progressive or like communist or whatever. But obviously that all changed when the colonial nature of Israel started to actually really show itself. A lot of the initial Zionists did used to be left-leaning, unironically, because of like a form of secular nationalism, right? It's a little weird. The history is complicated. It's mostly like a byproduct of these guys wanting to no longer get abused by the Europeans because of the reemergence of anti-Semitism because of the French. That's mostly the reason why. I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, but yeah, that's mainly the thing.
Across the board. Like he had Republican friends, he had Democratic friends.
Okay. Yeah, he was connected to a lot of people because, again, his purpose is to be like a sort of like go-between for all of the, well, maybe not like the propaganda, but again, he's like supposed to be the go-between for a bunch of like billionaire fucking pedophiles. That's like his purpose. But here, I know without a shadow of a doubt, if we're continuing on the sort of Israel train here, there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign. So here he is specifically talking about Iran. I mean, that's not like really a secret. That's pretty out in the fucking open. Itamar Ben-Gvir has said that, yeah, if the deal that the U.S. works out with Iran, if that's not beneficial to Israel, we will attempt to fucking sabotage it. But again, this is J.D. Vance trying to angle himself for a presidential run in 2028. He doesn't actually care or believe in any of this whatsoever. He doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to get at a constituency, the quote-unquote anti-war constituency that exists, to whatever extent it does, within the Republican Party.
And again, with limitations. Like when the Iranians hit ships, the president has been willing to knock the hell out of the Iranians in response. This is not just a negotiation. It's negotiation, it's military, it's all these things. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign.
Okay, I find this really funny that J.D. Vance is saying this, but he did not have any objections whatsoever to the Israelis showing up in the Situation Room with, all their fucking boys from Mossad and all the entourage that Benjamin Netanyahu had in order to convince Donald Trump to do the war to begin with. You never really seemed to have a problem with that whatsoever. In fact, you were actively defending the president's decisions during the whole time and saying oh, you know what? Actually, I don't really care if the Americans pay more in gas money. So, which is it? What is it? I'm saying this all rhetorically, of course. J.D. Vance doesn't actually believe in any of this stuff. He's just going to do anything possible in order to gain power.
And by the way, there are people within their government that I love, I have good relationships with. I hope, and I don't think that they're part of this. I mean, the ambassador of Israel to the United States, I think, is actually a really good guy. Obviously, he cares about Israel first. I care about America first. But there are some people within their system we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Again, not...
I mean, this is a shocker to you? This is doy fucking obvious. Duh. And literally Trump is helping to do that. Why do you think Larry Ellison now owns CBS or now owns TikTok, for example? Oh, it's so they can help Israel shape public opinion because they know that they're losing public opinion. Doy? Yeah, fucking doy. Good job, J.D. Vance. But again, he's just saying this because of, looking to appeal to whatever quote-unquote anti-war constituency exists within the Republican Party. That's literally it. Here, more stuff on the Epstein files, saying that if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty, we did mishandle it. Interesting. Let's take a look.
But if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty. We did mishandle, especially the communications of it.
What do you think should have been done?
I think that we should have just dropped everything at the very beginning. And obviously it takes a little time to review the stuff, to find the stuff, to redact things where you have victims and so forth. But we should have just done it as quickly as possible.
But some of the stuff that...
Bro, you were unironically given months to do this. And here's the thing. Trump's DOJ could have fucking released that shit at any point in time. But they didn't. Even though Trump said he was going to release this. This is all just Trump shooting himself in the metaphorical foot. Every single fucking goddamn time. He said he was going to release them. And then, nah. Didn't fucking do it. And then basically said that, actually, we're going to release it in phases. And we're totally going to care about this. And then it was all a fucking meme. It was completely just a meme. It was all a photo op for a bunch of dumbass content creators to be we're just going to get our photo ops and just try to aura farm for social media. And that's what it ended up being. It's just okay, bro. Nice meme, man.
That was redacted. Some of the names that were redacted weren't victims.
So, yeah, I've looked into this, and my understanding of this, having looked at a lot of this, but not all of it, is that it is sometimes hard to draw a distinction between victim and co-conspirator. And let me highlight this in a very sort of...
What? I don't think that's... What? Bro, okay, it's actually pretty easy, to be honest. Name of billionaire or powerful business magnate. If there are dumbasses in the Epstein files, they're more than likely guilty. I think that's actually pretty easy, but this is a cope excuse here from J.D. Vance in order to keep defending the fucking president for him not releasing the entirety of the Epstein files. I mean, so much so that there was a law forced to have to make him do it, which, again, he's not fucking complying with, which, nice fucking meme, dude.
Obvious way. Ro Khanna, who's been one of the loudest voices on the Epstein file. Well, he became very loud on the Epstein files the minute Donald Trump became president. Didn't seem to care about it during the Biden administration. He actually brought...
Bro, fucking, okay, maybe you should tell it the president who did a fucking 60 Minutes interview with CBS saying that, yeah, I'm going to release the Epstein files. Well, you know what? I don't know. So, like, Ro Khanna being one of the voices? Bro, who fucking brought it up first? Is the guy you fucking work for. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Brought one of the Epstein victims, I think, to the State of the Union last year, or maybe it was the year before last. Well, like, that victim, and I'm not saying she wasn't a victim. I don't know anything about her particular case. She was also listed as a co-conspirator in some of these documents, right? So there's an idea that some of the people who were engaged in the sex...
Wait, what? That's a... What? JD Vance, do you know how sex trafficking works? Okay, there's something that Andrew Tate would call your, the bottom bitch or something. Or, like, the main bitch that keeps the other bitches in line, is as Andrew Tate would say. So, that was probably her fucking purpose. So... she's still a victim overall. She's still being fucking sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. But there are women employed by these fucking sex traffickers who unironically are meant to keep the other ones in line. And that's like their purpose when they get sex trafficked. Like doy.
Trafficking were also... facilitating it as well.
So they were incentivized to get more girls.
Yeah, but yes, that's right. But the idea is that it's hard to sort of, it's sometimes a little bit of a gray area between, some of the people who were alleged victims were also alleged co-conspirators. And so what DOJ tried to do...
I'm going to make the assumption that this is just a fucking pathetic excuse by DOJ to be like, well, we don't know if these guys are co-conspirators or not. Tee-hee-hee. So they can just, like, continue to come up with any excuse to not release the Epstein files. Like, that's, like, literally all that this is.
Was kind of make that judgment as best they could and release as much as possible. But if people want to...
Yeah, but you still need to release about fucking half of the files. This is just fucking cope right here. I'm going to be honest here. And here, more about Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of fucking Epstein talk here. Most people think Epstein was Mossad. Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel. Again, his girlfriend is Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad is unironically, like, above Mossad. So, yes, he has connections to the fucking quote-unquote deep state. Why? Like I said before, the quote-unquote deep state, or the intelligence agencies, want to make sure that they have someone that they can keep an eye on all the fucking billionaires. Because guess what? If they could bring an economy, a country's economy to its fucking knees, they would. Especially with the amount of money that they fucking control. So, again, it should really go without saying, Jeffrey Epstein having connections to the intelligence agencies, so he can basically, keep track of these sort of, like, dealings of all these, like, rich fucking pedophilic assholes, makes perfect sense. Because again, what does an intelligence agency exist to do? Maintain the security state, maintain the security apparatus for the nation state. That's what they do.
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country, or both. Look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence.
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Okay, I mean, that's really about it. Nothing else? I don't know why this gets cut off here. I was interested to see what else they potentially might say. But yeah, we know this. Yeah, like, literally. Ghislaine Maxwell, her fucking father was, like, above Mossad. Like, that's just a fact. But here, I guess, like, for a final, like, goofy fucking meme for all of this, Vance talking about Joe Biden eating ice cream, and his staff would get him to eat ice cream just the most suggestive way possible. So this is purely just JD Vance playing to a fucking audience. This is extremely obvious. He knows he's talking with Joe Rogan, who loves a fucking conspiracy theory, because Joe Rogan's a fucking brainless moron, and will basically just nibble or suckle at the teat of any conspiracy theory. I don't know, like, did a bunch of staffers bring ice cream to Joe Biden? I mean, Joe Biden did like his ice cream, but was he like, I don't know, shoving the entire cone down his mouth to make it look like he's like sucking a cock or something? Like, probably not. I don't know why JD Vance is like throwing this bullshit out here. Oh, it's because he's trying to play at an audience. What did we have here?
The thing I couldn't get over Biden is just bad staff work, man. The way that he ate ice cream. I mean, it's like, you know, we could bring some of this stuff up, but it's like they would.
Also, this is JD Vance's attempt at trying to seem like a normal person by telling, like, oh man, look at this like zany Biden story about how he ate ice cream. And it's just like, you saw Joe Biden eat ice cream before? Like, okay, that's a little weird. This is JD Vance's attempt at trying to be personable and have charisma, but it's JD Vance, and if that can like basically fail miserably, it will.
Would get him eating ice cream in the most ridiculous, suggestive way imaginable.
I know. What does that even mean? In what way was it suggestive? Again, was he like taking the ice cream cone and like shoving it down his entire throat or something to make it look like he's sucking a dick or something? Like what are we talking about here? Again, conspiracy theory. He knows that he's playing to a particular crowd and he's trying to seem like a charismatic, personable like guy, because the general perception of JD Vance is that he's just like this like fucking weirdo fucking loser, this like groiper little freak, which I mean he is basically, who just does not know how to socialize or interact with people. I mean, considering the fact that his main mentor was Peter fucking Thiel, and we've all seen that guy speak with people before. That guy it's completely like antisocial and fucking weird. Should we really be surprised that JD Vance also adopted a bunch of those behaviors? No, not really. But I mean, even considering that fact, like, I mean, JD Vance like interacts with fucking groypers. Like, we shouldn't be really surprised that the dude's like, people skills might not be up there, for lack of a better term. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? JD Vance doing the conspiracy tour power hour with Joe Rogan in order to just garner a new audience for his presidential run, because that's purely what this is all about. If we want to get to the brass tacks, it's all about trying to essentially try to get back up in terms of polling for the Republican primary in 2028, because Marco Rubio decided to steal the spotlight from him for, I don't know, not glazing Trump as much on camera, because JD Vance was the only reason why his approval rating even went down in the way that it did is because he was just basically like running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to defend all of Trump's actions within Iran, which is very, very unpopular by everyone, which is why he takes the stance that he has on Israel now. Like, again, he's just shifting with the wind because he's a total chameleon that's only like interested in gaining power, like every other fucking politician. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Okay. What the fuck are we rating out to today? Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Wait, did Trump cry on camera? When did Trump cry on camera? When did he cry on camera? Okay. Whatever. I'm being debated from sleep, which is something I desire now. What the fuck are we gonna rate out to today? why don't we raid out to Pixel? Sure. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the Daho raid with the Transride with the Daho raid. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the Wowie with the Daho raid. It's how we show appreciation. Those are Rainy 20K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be continuing our factory satisfying and yapping about lay news and the happenings in the world. Very, very cool. Of course, quick reminder, this Saturday, probably no stream. Probably no stream this Saturday because it's my father's 60th birthday. Very cool. Very, very cool. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.